Now green. Hello, we're live.
Ooh.
Hello. Welcome to D&D.
Hello there.
Before we start, have to say thank you to Sirenscape for providing the system through which we're listening to all the music, for providing a lot of the sound effects. And for the music, if you just give me a moment, I can tell you, we are listening to the works of Adrian von Ziegler, Martin Leon Peter Sama. I've said that wrong. And of course, Epic Journey and Travis Savoy RPG Music Maker for all of the music in the stream today. Without any further ado, now that all the adieus have been furthered as far as they can go, Thomas, would you like to do the recap?
I would absolutely love to, Emma. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak on such a large platform. I really appreciate it.
I take it away for 1 second. D&D cap.
A D&D cap.
Okay, you have it back now.
Okay. I have kind of short notes for the previous session, so if I miss anything, please cut me off and be like, Thomas, you forgot this. And then just add in whatever you feel needs to be added. Okay, so last session, we resume in the Dehane estate in Loran's conjured mansion. Brian grows moss over himself and Loran. They are vibing out. Nakir leaves room in the... Wait, what? That doesn't make sense. Nakir leaves room in the tea they brew for Cass? Oh, he leaves room in the teacup.
He jumps into the tea.
I didn't understand what I wrote there.
The
Nakir leaves room in the tea they brew for Cass to add anything she likes. Okay, I thought that was like he leaves the room and then jumps into like a cup of tea or something, but that's not what Nakir does. Cass has extra eyes. Guacamole is prepared. We have some food together. Slee has a discussion. We have 3 contracts so far. It's a pretty good haul. Sarazar is looking over at Blue with concern. Cass is empathetic of Bluey's plight and is there for her. Slee arrives with guac for the others. Everyone rejoices. Neff is outside with horses. It eventually begins to rain. Sarazar brings tea for Brian. They have some chats. Brian asks if he's mad about Ender's party. That's a throwback that we haven't thought about in a number of sessions, to say the very least. Brian has some memory issues. About 7 to 8 months of info is missing. After a little sleep, Brian wakes early. Loran appears exhausted. Brian clings to him. They both cry a little bit. Loran says he's not leaving again. We make preparations for a picnic, or we prepare to make preparations for the picnic. Why are you using my artwork to fix this broom? Says Zarina to Blue, who attempts to explain why she's whacking a tapestry. Zarina, in search of her son Loran, who is sleeping, talks to Brian. If anything were to happen to him, it would break them, she says. We regroup in the main entry of the Dehane estate. We have a picnic to prepare for and a dragon to meet. That's what I've written down for the previous session.
Indeed, you do.
Very comprehensive.
So,
Quick and swift.
quick and swift. Now, in the previous session, you all have had your long rest. You all have found each other in various states of mourning/recovery. And, Louis Sparks, as was your task, you were instructed to make plans for a picnic. Now, have you had any thoughts about this in the time we've been apart, and have you decided anything you want to try and discover, do, or prepare?
Oh god. Well, I know
I'm about to say something that's really dangerous in D&D, which is you can do anything if you can figure out how to do it in game. I will allow almost everything under the umbrella
Lynn
of
just sweated.
things.
Well, needless to say, I as a player have not thought to think ahead exactly. Oopsie.
That's fine.
Blue would certainly be wanting to get onto the fried chicken sandwiches. What goes well with fried chicken sandwiches? I mean,
a sweet coleslaw would go really good.
Oh, fuck, that would.
If you're asking me, sweet potato fries. Oh my god, that would be amazing.
Holy shit! I love that right now.
Crack the code. I want that.
Yeah. So,
Instead of me
Okay, yeah.
stress eating Doritos in my bed at 4 a.m.
damn.
They were good in the moment.
Oh, they always are. Yes. Okay. So yes, there is the sandwiches. There is coleslaw like salad. Did you say thick cut potato chips like fried?
Hell yeah.
chips?
Sure, that
Okay,
sounds amazing.
Yes. There has to be some sort of Dorito or kind of corn chip that goes with the
Okay.
guacamole.
Okay.
Yes.
I'd say I think that Cirilla has brought you just fats of it. There are just buckets of guacamole.
Oh, God bless them.
They have a lot of free time on their hands to make dips and other dishes.
Mm.
Mhm.
Okay, so that's chip and dip, other chip, salad, sandwich. I guess drinks. There'd be. I feel like mangoes. Mangoes are a very Feywild thing, right?
Falcon, yeah. Do you want to make an
Oh,
investigation
that's
check, see what
Falcon.
you can find in the kitchen? A little bit.
Yes.
That's
That's a 15.
15. Okay, with a 15, you can find there is like mango puree, which you can tell they probably add to most of their teas to give that mango flavoring. There are preserved mangoes, dried, preserved fruits. There are also different jars filled with different coloured leaves, and you can find butterfly pea tea here. You can find rose petals. You could probably make your own tea if you wish to. Would anybody be coming into the kitchen to assist? George, you're not music. Okay. Would anybody want to come into the kitchen to assist? Because I'm going to make you make some rolls in a moment.
Like bread rolls? I'll help.
Well, there you go. Both, I guess.
Hi, I'm here to make rolls.
The horses, after bringing the horses back, helping Nakir as much as you could, you come back inside with a damp but determined Bluey, making her way through the picnic preparations. Now, if you want to roll together, you can roll me. It's going to sound a bit weird, but I want you to roll me a nature check. Or a survival check. You can pick one of the two to see how well it is you can put together these like very natural herby tastes and make this food.
Neff is a survivor. She's gonna roll survival, I think.
Is she now?
I rolled a nat
statement.
one, but I re-rolled that. That's a bad argument if I've ever seen one.
That's really accurate, though.
Ooh, not too bad.
What did you roll, Bluey? No, that looks
Okay,
no.
so-
What did you?
I'm glad I went survival because I have a +7, but I rolled a 2.
Oh my god, we're cursed.
No.
It was
okay.
It was what was on the dice originally when I grabbed it, so I feel like I don't roll well sometimes. I don't know.
That's okay.
Well, I've rolled a
So-
dirty 20.
9.
Dirty 20.
Oh my
Okay, so those two rolls together, what I'm going to say is that you can assemble the food that already exists incredibly well. You are making these arrangements, just like, trays and trays worth of picnic goods, sandwiches, salads. And as you're doing that, you also sort of turn your mind to making a tea and a bread. We'll talk about that later. Anyway.
Sounds ominous for some reason.
It is. Right.
Oh no.
So, with Neff and Bluey occupied with survival in some cases and cooking, no matter how that looks, Cass, Ulster, and Sleer. Now, Sleer, have you come down at all? Or are you still up with Zarina in your room?
I think Slea's... Because you pointed out last time that all of the Dehanes are looking a little bit feral right now, and Slea's like, I'm not going to make any sudden movements because
Cool.
Zarina is at all times capable of becoming a threat.
That's the nicest thing I've ever heard you say about one of my characters.
That's how she identifies.
Yeah,
I
this is
identify
this
as
is
a
not at all a
brat.
bad thing. It's a
Mhm.
she.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Good for you. You don't seem happy and healthy, but I would like to stay that way, if that's at all possible.
Yeah, basically.
I threw a thing. Oopsie. Anyway, okay, so you can just like stay very still. Have you seen that video of the iguanas and the snakes? Oh my goodness. Okay, there's this video of iguanas and snakes, and the preamble before everything happens goes, if the iguana doesn't move, the snake won't see it. So that's kind of Sleer at the moment. She's just like,
Yep, she is not moving or speaking unless prompted by Zarina.
beautiful. Okay. Cass, I believe you're with Allstare, Loran, in a group hug kind of situation. As you guys are kind of just melting into each other, becoming one amorphous blob of sad and comfort, you do hear clattering, faint whizzing sounds, and a vague, like, explosion coming from the kitchen. Loran, of course, completely ignores this and just sits very, like, kind of sits up a little bit, quite zen, at the edge of the mansion. But if you want to go and investigate that, you can. Neff and Blue, this is all very.
Want to leave.
Mhm. Yeah, Neff and Blue, this is nothing to be concerned about. This is just cooking, and this is meant to go that way.
Can I insight check the sounds to see if they sound
Okay.
accidental or?
Sure, yeah.
Oh, well, first roll on the new Quick Clacks is a natural one. Allstar has no idea.
You
Cool.
almost hear
Nice jail.
your dice jail.
Like pots clanging.
You
That might
almost
be a part of the
hear-
recipe.
Yeah, Neff
Very
kind of
big.
going like, "Everything's on fire! How perfect!" or something.
Hey, I rolled a 20.
Okay.
Anything that's on fire is meant to be.
It is
I wanna
it is
say.
a failed insight check, so perhaps Allstar is mishearing.
He only hears what he
Also,
wants
that
to
20 went towards assembly of food that already existed, not creation of new foods, which was Bluey's role.
Oh, okay.
hear.
You're a survivor.
Can I use that survival to
Bluey
help
is-
Bluey
you will-
survive and also not burn the house down?
Yes, we will.
I
We will
will-
get. Yeah, you know what? You see Bluey set fire to her pan of chips, and she's about to pour a bunch of water on it, and you stop that right in its tracks.
Blake,
Before that becomes a situation.
I have read that that's a bad idea.
You're muted.
But doesn't water like cool it down?
I think it might
It's a
summon
bit
a
hot,
demon.
I don't know.
See, this is the
Okay,
first
right,
Hear
step.
this
Right.
conversation.
This is actually the first
You
step
do,
of a really
and
complex
Sarasa-
summoning ritual.
Sarza is stood torn between the two groups, the cuddle mess and the cooking mess, and is just looking slightly more deranged by the moment.
Maybe you should go check on that, Sarah.
Are you okay? That's a.
I can protect Loran. He holds up his little fist.
Sarza knows better than to doubt you, and then runs away. Okay. So, as you intervene, Neff, you also feel the kind of like looming presence of a one Sarza Dehane just kind of like watch you from the corner, like, don't do this.
Zarazar!
Don't do this.
Oh, should I call you something else? I'm sorry.
No. You can call me Sarza. This is fine.
Yay!
Call me.
I like. I like calling you Zarazar because it's your name.
And that's very good of you. Thank you. What are you preparing?
Rolls.
Yes, sandwiches. there are the chips. I've got to do coleslaw salad. And there is yes, some mango-y drink of some kind, maybe a tea. Uh, um, maybe I don't know, maybe juice. Juice is very picnic, but mm,
I like
I haven't
juice.
got to that yet.
I will
Mm.
assist you any way that I can. And he slowly just reaches over and picks up a single jar of just nightshade and pulls it away from the tea ingredients.
Could I, Emma?
Yes.
Could I use my passive insight or wisdom of 18 to kind of prevent any mistakes from happening in the recipes portion of creating
You may,
stuff?
and I'll take that going forwards, so
Okay.
you can make sure that everything goes according to plan. Okay, great. So whilst you guys are cooking, Cass, Ulster, Loran, you are waiting outside in your hug pile, and Loran seems fairly content at his little perch by the door. Says, "Isn't this nice? Isn't this wonderful?"
You are acting strange.
So are you.
Yeah, I want to insight check
I'm always acting like this.
around when he says that.
Mm-hmm. Are you sure?
It's just a stare off.
Loran winks.
Allstar sniffs. He lost.
So, Cass, what did you roll for your insight?
Sorry, it cut because my internet cut out. I've taken Sirenscape off. Oh, what is that, Loran? I got a 4.
A 4. You've no idea who this person is. No. With a 4 insight, things seem normal to you. Loran, much like Allstar, has always been a bit weird, but it's just him.
Are we going to be having the picnic inside the mansion?
I think you could turn this into quite the marvelous meadow if you wanted to.
I could. That would just take a lot of time. And then you'd have to
We have time.
mow all the grass and put the flowers into rows because they would overgrow everyone
Oh.
and slowly start feeding off them. They don't care.
I
if
mean,
you're
that
alive or
sounds
dead.
pretty ideal to me.
I
Oh,
think it would be bad.
well, okay, I can reconsider my stance slightly. I am fine. Truly, I'm fine. I just want to make sure that, all things considered, we're not leaving Showon unguarded.
I mean, Showon exists in a safe space. I feel quite.
Mm-hmm.
You have a point, but I mean, as long as we have this space, then it's uncompromised, right?
Yes. That is logical.
Can I insight check around now?
Sure.
Cass is just like, yes, this is all logical. This is all fine.
25.
25. There's definitely something more to this than logic.
Well, let's have the picnic in here. If that makes you feel better, but I will not be growing plants everywhere.
All right. Seems fine to me.
I think Cass will say, I'm sure it'd be absolutely fine to have the picnic in here. I do think Bluey had a location in mind that this picnic is for you guys. So if you'd feel happier here, then I can let everyone know that we're changing the location.
All right then. Make a persuasion check. Yeah.
But I will say this though, Cass only isn't necessarily about persuading. She actually genuinely wants to have the picnic wherever Brian and Loran are happiest. So if this is a persuasion check that Loran would actually be happier in the lavender field than in the mansion, then I feel like she would try and persuade him. But if she thinks that he would actually be happier in the mansion, I don't want to persuade him, if that makes sense.
Gotcha. Okay.
So I don't know how.
With your insight check of 4,
anyway.
you have to decide that. With your insight check of 4,
Okay.
you have to decide.
That's true.
I think you have an idea of where it would lean, but
Insight check of 4, I would say he seems fine. Let's go to the lavender fields.
okay. Persuasion check.
Probably where Cass would be thinking. Okay, well, it was a 3 on the dice, but that does still make it 19.
Lincoln has crazy stats like that now, so I cannot complain.
It's,
With
the
a
lowest I
19.
can get if I don't get a natural 1 is 18. Yeah.
Right. So you make your point to Loran, and he goes through all of the 7 stages of grief in like 0.1 seconds, as you just see his face go from like back to kind of just a neutral, like, okay. And he just kind of says, just give me a moment. Go and help Sarasa. And I will join you as quick as I am able.
I'm not going anywhere.
Nope, you stay. Just Cass.
Sorry, I missed all of that. It cut out for you, and he says,
No worries.
and then I heard just Cass, and
Loran says, go and join the others in the kitchen, and I will join you as soon as I am able. Just you, Cass.
okay, so Cass is to go to the kitchens.
To the kitchens with you!
Cass is like, looks at them both, gives them both, like, gives Loran a very gentle, slow hug with lots of, like, preparation for the hug so that he can see it coming and doesn't get startled. And then gives Brian, like, quite a quick hug, and then it's gone.
I was like, ew. Yes.
Ulster. Do you know how, actually, of course you know how hermit crabs will do that thing where they'll shed a shell and find a new home that's very comfortable and nice for themselves.
Yeah.
So previously, my home was the beauty of the outer world, where adventure and money and more money and delicacies were found abound. But now that realm seems terrifying and scary to me. So this, he just points to the mansion. This is quite something, though. I mean, this is something. Now, Cass makes a compelling argument. I will go to this picnic, but I will need you to be like a hermit crab's shell and just.
So, you can't carry me, and I can't carry you easily. So
I could.
You could.
Try.
No. You could make yourself. You could make yourself small again, and I could carry you.
All stare. And he just down. He is now a small creature. You have never. Sorry, I should adjust the voice. You have never ever said anything more appealing to me in my entire life.
Ulster is very pleased. Can I pick you up?
You may.
He picks him up and swings him around.
Whee!
I like this a lot.
I can certainly do this for you again. Now
Mhm.
take me to the fried chicken sandwiches. I can smell them from here, and I would like to savor one before the picnic, please.
I'll take you to Cyrus though, because if he picks you up, you'll look even smaller.
What?
He carries him out of the match.
No! I am being held against my will.
He kisses his forehead and cuddles him.
This is kind of situations going on, and you take him through to the main room. Everyone else, as you are covered, there's like flour on the bridges of your noses. There is like the remnants of some kind of dark magic summoning ritual in the frying pan. There is a fairly beautifully arranged array of sandwiches, salads, etc., dried fruits, thanks to the teamwork of Bluey and Neff before they went astray. Cass, would you have done anything? Would you have contributed anything to the food situation? I'm just going to open this window, but you can tell me.
I feel like Cass would have seen the summoning circle almost complete and would have been like going over with that bottle of water and be like, da, da, da.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Nev said
I would
not
like
to do
everyone
that.
to roll. I'd like everyone to roll initiative, as Sarazor immediately goes like to try and reach for that and see who gets there first.
Oh! That's pretty good. 21.
Okay.
So's mine.
Okay.
19.
Okay. Okay.
10. Yes.
10. I need to roll for
What
a
are you
save
doing
isn't
there?
it?
For Bluey to be like, oh, wait, isn't that not what you should be doing? Oh, too late.
Too late.
I'm gonna zoom in and snatch that water. Guys, no summoning
Okay.
demons in the kitchen.
Oh, I have Sarazor's sheet. I should look at that. Okay. Just a moment. So, dexterity check.
Oh, is it initiative or dexterity check?
Sorry, initiative is the same as your dexterity.
Ah.
Unless you're proficient in initiative. But anyway, so Cass, you just reach out with the water like do 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 do, but you're pipped to the post
But,
by a
I feel
hand
like the
at
eyes
your
have
wrist.
opened and they're like, yes.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. You just hear that voice in your mind,
This
just
is
like
definitely
go
what
on.
I should be doing.
A small purple hand just takes your wrist. Neff, what do you say to Cass?
No summoning demons in the kitchen.
I feel like Cass at that kind of like shakes and is like, oh no. Like touches the eyes and is like, oh no. Okay. Maybe don't tempt me like this.
I'll give Cass a pat. It was
Why
just a
is
weird
there
coincidence
summoning
that
circle already in here.
it was just a coincidence that it turned out to be that way in the pan.
Yeah. But I didn't know potatoes were that powerful.
And that is the point, I believe, that Ulster will come in. And he seems to be cradling something against his chest, with like a sort of a mop of like auburn reddish hair and like two like far too large now ears pointing out, and just limbs just kind of like flailing like blah, 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 blah. And
Hang on,
it does
that's
appear to
perfect,
be
yes.
exclamation mark small Loran. Ulster is yet to return, but Loran will just kind of like be flailing as he receives his kisses.
Do we know this is
And
Lorraine?
Sarazor immediately is like, make an insight check.
Okay. That's alright. That's a 22.
Okay. So with a 22, you'd know this is Loran.
Okay.
You'd know this is Loran.
Lorraine?
Yes, I am he.
You're so small.
Hi.
I did this to keep myself safe.
Actually, Brian is cradling him, isn't he? So he's still above me, I think. You're so small.
Yeah. I can still look down on you, though.
I know. You're pushed up
And
very
I shall
high.
continue to do so. No,
Are you still powerful
No,
in this
indeed.
form? Do
do you want to test my strength?
Oh.
you want to do an arm wrestle?
We can see. Also, you've entered the room. Do you have anything to say as everyone
Hi, Brian.
regards Loran with awe?
Oh, this is mine. Clutches
Mhm.
around.
How did you make him so tiny?
Immense power.
I'm afraid.
You should be.
Yeah, Jeffrey.
Particularly you.
Oh. Neff trembles in her boots. Mostly for dramatic effect.
Although I did want to lend him to Sarazo because I thought it would be a comical size difference, but now I'm here, I don't really want to let go of him.
Sarasa says, "Can you lend a human being?"
I meant I would pass him to you and you would hold him up, not that you had any lending rights over Loran. He is in fact my husband. He holds up the ring.
I'm shocked to hear that. Congratulations on your nuptials.
That was funny, Sarazo. Ahaha.
Thank you. I am practicing my jokes.
See.
I like your dry delivery. It emphasizes the funny factor.
I would call it earnest. I am genuinely trying to improve myself.
Oh. Very good.
No, I don't need applause.
I can't take it back now.
I'm going to. Oh,
Would
well,
you like
thank you then.
applause?
I would like to put this conversation on a pause and continue preparing the picnic. And
Okay, yes.
he kind of like
Is Leah
assesses
in
the room.
book?
Well, interesting you should mention that. Loran. Sarah also kind of assesses the room, looks from Allstare to Loran to you, Cass. Is Leah still asleep then? Who was the last to see her?
I saw her when you guys came in earlier, but not since then.
We were around the guac. Wait, was that before? Okay, was that before we slept or afterwards?
Pre-grad
That
or
would be
post-grad?
before.
Okay, yes, around the guac. Is she still by the guac?
She is not by the guac, no.
Okay.
Shocking.
Can't keep Theo away from her guac.
Sarah's in like having this moment of psychic connection with you, starts like making a small plate of guac and dip and crackers for Leah.
No, I haven't. No, I mean, I was up and then out, and then.
Taking
Uh,
a bath.
If she is alone with my mother, she may be in need of assistance or rescuing. So, if anybody would like to offer one of those two, I will be going
I
up
think
there.
I think Cass would. I think Cass
Right.
would also, because she's like still kind of looking at the pan, and she like gestures to the kitchen as a whole. Can that not be there when I come back? It is a bit too tempting for me at this moment.
rearrange it.
Loran
Yes.
says, "I can make it more on fire. I
Please
like
don't.
to burn
You
things."
see like a gleam in Cass's eye, like yes, and then she's like, no. She's like, I'm out, and is gone.
Can we just not burn
Anyone
anything
else?
today?
Anyone else think there's some kind of small satisfaction in setting something alight?
Not anymore.
Yes, you hear as Cass
Stunning.
disappears.
So, Cass and Saraza, you make your way upstairs, and you are able to make your way to Slea's room, and you see the door is slightly ajar, and you do hear coming from inside the many life lessons of Zarina Dehane as in previous game. And she kind of falls quiet, and you can tell that it's just the two of them in there. If you wanted to enter,
Would knock.
okay, you knock, and you just hear from inside. Come along in there.
Would come along in.
Come along in.
Hesitantly, though. A little hesitantly.
You come in, and Zarina is just seated on the bed. Her dress, just like not her dress. She's wearing a fairly uncharacteristic tight uniform, with her hair pulled back as Bluey first saw her. You have seen her since, but just to remind everyone, she looks a little tired, a little bit out of herself, but she is smiling, even if it doesn't quite reach her eyes, and she just says, "Oh, my dear Cass, what did you come here for?" What did you come here for?
Well, we came for Slia, but also I wanted to check on you as well.
Me?
Are you in desperate need of mimosa, or are we?
I am always in desperate need of mimosa, please. And she holds out her hand.
Out of the bag of holding freshly prepared mimosa.
Thank you very much. She pours it back in one. And Saraza just kind of like grumbles and then makes his way around to the side of the bed and kneels down. And Slia, you can feel his presence on the other side. He doesn't move the blanket back, but he just says, "Slia, we're making food for a picnic."
Like, her eyes kind of go to Sarazer, but like she doesn't move.
I can't see you, so if you're making some kind of gesture of affirmation or otherwise, like, you will need to verbalize it or take the blanket off. Saraza looks to Cass as if to say, "I'm doing good. This is going well."
Like, she's sitting up in the bed. She's not covered up anymore.
Oh, okay, cool. That's fine. Still, Saraza makes the same gesture.
Cass gives Saraza the look like, "Oh yeah, you are nailing this. Like, you've got this down."
Okay, right. Kind of steals himself. Slia, would you like to come on a picnic?
Sure, that sounds great.
That sounded. You can tell he's kind of trying to discern your emotions. What can he read from you in that moment if you rolled something like a 19?
That she's trying to keep her composure, but Zarina's intimidating.
Who is the one person not crippled by my mother's presence? Cass, could you take my mother out
can
to...
Cass inside check this as well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Saraza just kind of looks to you, Cass, as if to say, "Please take my mother on a tour of the wine cellar or something similar."
Okay.
You can insight check,
I think
Slia.
Cass. Yeah, I'll insight check as well to sort of like see how well she would pick up. Oh, fucking sick! Insight's not my best, but it was a 19 on the dice, so 21.
Okay. It's pretty good. With a 21, you can read exactly what both Saraza and Slia need from this situation. Slia needs freedom from Zarina's tyrannical presence, and Saraza needs you to use all of your powers of influence over her, which he does not have.
Okay, I think Cass would turn to Serena and be like, "So, I was thinking maybe we could get another mimosa. I also have a pressing question for you." And she like kind of taps the bandana eyes.
Ah. But how could I possibly leave? And looks back to Slia and senses it's just the sort of energy of like, help, please.
Help.
Right, I get it. Sometimes I can release quite a threatening, feral fey aura. And she kind of smiles, and you see her sharpened Taoshiri teeth, and just kind of like taps her chin. Her fingernails are like dagger points.
Not to mention that one of the first interactions we ever had one-on-one was a threat, so I just don't want to push my luck.
But look, you're talking now. Isn't that a vast improvement? I consider that my handiwork. Anyway, I'm going to leave that there for you to ponder.
I also want to make it known that when Zarina does the sort of like, oh yes, I'm quite intimidating, and like has all her bad teeth and her nails, Cass is like, oh, it's amazing. She looks fantastic. She doesn't necessarily say it but she's like, her face is like, oh, so good.
She reaches over and just kind of pinches Cass's cheek and just leaves her hand, just like pats against you. I like this one. All right, you've convinced me. I will leave. She stands up. Take your time. I'll see you at the picnic. And she just kind of follows you out of the room, Cass, and we can get to your question. Saraza stays behind Slia and just kind of says, well, that was weird, but in your own time.
I'll be down in a minute. It's fine.
Right.
Are you okay?
Loran is tiny and quite unwilling to leave the mansion. And Ulster is losing his memory at points. So I'm not sure what's happening, but I'm keeping an eye on the situation. That's all I can do.
But he woke up remembering himself this morning, right?
That was a comfort. I know that when put through something traumatic, the brain can allow us to forget the harder memories, the harsher ones. If that is what's happening, then we just monitor him, let these emotions take their course, and make sure neither of them succumb.
Great.
I think I can trust you with this. I could probably trust Neff as well, but I really do question her medical practice. And other things.
Other things?
No, it's nothing I shouldn't speak to her about directly.
If you need help, the rest of the group can share whatever burdens. You don't have to shoulder everything.
But I do have quite strong shoulders.
Leah looks at the wall.
Right, I'm sorry. I'm taking on a bit too much of their humour. Old habits die hard.
It was amusing.
I've been practicing. Second time I've said that today. Anyway, I'll let you come down in your own time. And Saraza stands. Slia, make me a... Actually, I don't think you need to roll for this, because you've been sitting with him this whole time. And you're very not perceptive, insightful. You're not very perceptive, but that's okay, and we love you just the way you are. As he leaves, Saraza just kind of lets one hand kind of like just rest against the door frame, and you do also see that there's just like a slight point to his nails too. And he heads back down the stairs. Good. Okay, so with everybody mostly back in the kitchen, aside from Cass and Slia, Saraza returns and just says, Slia will take a moment to come down. And Cass is taking care of my mother to make sure she doesn't cause any more distress or turmoil.
Stress and
But
turmoil.
Slia was a little threatened
Oh,
by her presence. Mm. It's so funny.
oh, I know. I like Zarina. Even when she's terrifying.
Especially when she's terrifying, I feel like, with you.
It's a nice change.
I can be scary.
No,
So can I!
no.
No. Small Loran just like slowly starts summoning flames in his palms.
Ulster smothers it and just cuddles him.
I've been accosted. And you guys can finish up making your picnic preparations. And Sarah's returns to you, Bluey, and just says, so we could perhaps go out once the rain stops. If you guys don't mind, a little mist.
Ah. Hmm. Emma, can
Yeah?
no, the moment's passed. I can't really make an inside check on.
Go on. What do
okay.
you want to do? Tell me.
Me knowing that Loran didn't want to leave the mansion or wasn't too keen on leaving it, you'd think, well, what if the mansion door was remade outside in the field and the door remained open and Loran could stay or he could, come out and we could lay blanket there. But Bluey doesn't know that Loran didn't want to leave, and also Loran is now small and being protected by Brian. So and now
That's
it's raining.
okay.
It's raining.
It stopped raining. It's okay. No, it's okay.
Okay.
I think, honestly, you can tell things are a bit off. If you wanted to ask Loran what would make him the most comfortable, and same to Ulster, considering, then I think you could do that and come to whatever conclusion you like. Whatever you want to do, like I said before, which is available to you.
Well, Bluey would like to take that opportunity to ask Brian and Loran. Just because I mean, it's been very tough for. Oh.
Truffle's outside. She's on the prowl. Sorry, it's cute.
Also is like smothering Loran. He's got like his chin atop of his head and he's just cuddling him.
No.
Well, like we've all been through it, but I'd say like this is for everyone, but it's like
I'm confused.
I care about you two, and we all care about you two.
We care about you, Bluey, very much. We care about you, Bluey, very much. I'm sorry for the voice.
I mean, I was thinking having it outside. I mean, I can't speak for you, but I think the lavender was really nice. It's so nice to smell, and is that? Who's doing all of this?
Okay.
Maybe with a pan in the hand or something.
So you express your feelings to Ulster and Loran. And Loran just kind of looks up at Ulster and just says, I have all I need right here.
I'm sorry, Loran. I know you're trying to be really sweet and maybe a little bit seductive, but I just find it funny and cute. Captain. Your voice is like a little
Price
sweetie
I
toy they
pay.
give to dogs. He kisses his forehead.
I have all I need right here.
I love you.
Grr. I love you too. Isn't that embarrassing? For both of us.
I'm
He
not
tries to
impressed.
lower his voice. Okay. Loran malfunctions for a moment. Then Bluey, he turns to you and he just says, well, honestly, anything you want to do, I will be happy with. So long as we do not leave the Feywild.
Hey, is your is your mansion? It's okay. If the door is like open to it, is that still? Could you still call that Feywild?
What do you mean? Ah, yes.
What if we could picnic out in the field? But your mansion was there as well. Door open so that your kid with the sunflowers could get some of the lavender air, and maybe the fried chicken, or the they can't eat it yet,
An offering at the door.
Yes. Or I mean, I don't know. It's looking to both Brian and Loran.
It's
I
a
mean,
nice
that's too
idea.
complicated.
It is a nice idea. I can cast this again today. I did cast the previous door yesterday.
But if we cast the door in the lavender field, that means that Loran is almost definitely going to want to sleep in there tonight, and it's a bit far away from the house. If anything happens.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, we could, I don't know, we could leave an offering. And with your permission, a bundle of lavender.
Bluey, I like that a lot. In fact, I think we could package that kind of idea and sell it.
No.
Offering kits from the Feywild, lavender sprigs, crystals, and anyway, that's an idea for another day. But I like it a lot. The fact that I want to monetize it says something.
But you can't sell them.
Well, when I worked for you in the shop, those are the sort of ideas I could help bring.
Bluey Sparks. You surprise me occasionally. Is this the feeling of newfound respect? You guys have... Bluey, you get the distinct impression that you two have never been closer than in this moment. Beautiful. Oh. Truly, it's beautiful. Okay. So as you prepare that, Bluey, Loran leaves it to you to decide what the offering will look like, how it takes shape. You can obviously collaborate with whoever in the group you wish to, if you need things you cannot get your hands on. Meanwhile, as all of this is happening, Cass, you make your way to, I assume oh, you're not frozen, cool. Okay, I assume you make your way to the wine cellar / alcohol situation in the house.
I mean, that seems like a good place for Zarina and I to go. Seems like the excellent choice.
Indeed. You've been here many a times together before. There is like a skylight. There are rows and rows of various wines from all over the province. And there is a little den which has a sort of arrangement of floor cushions and a chaise longue which you can sit upon, where you've spent many a time whilst Zarina took breaks from her work, just like in this area. It's very cool. It's very nice. You make yourselves at home. And Zarina just kind of like flicks her wrist, and a bottle of this like bubbling pink liquid flies off the shelf and begins to pour itself into glasses between you. The glasses just hover at your side. They seem to be like tulips that have been just kind of like solidified or frozen in time that you can use to just pour into your mouth. And you are alone.
I think before Cass asks anything about herself, she's gonna like look at Zareen and go, "Are you okay? I know how hard it was for us to lose Loran, even for a moment. So I can't even begin to imagine what it was like for you."
It's something, as you can expect. Make me a persuasion check, please. Let's try and engage in conversation with her.
26.
26. Okay. Because it's you, I'll be forthcoming. That's the kind of news that everybody dreads, even if you know it's not permanent. I already spoke to Leander about it. On the way over here, we have our ways of communicating. I think he's taken it quite hard. I didn't have to see him like that. I always have known that our work could lead to this outcome. And to an extent, I've prepared myself for that my whole life. Especially considering where we made our home. There's danger abound here. Thankfully, that was the armor that protected my heart just enough so that I could carry on as I am with you all. And not seek out some kind of vengeance. Though I'm still considering it. Just mulling it over for now. Against who, I'm not quite sure. Or what. But like I said, I'm well armored. When the time is right, I will feel all that I need to feel. But for now... Well, for now, this'll do. Now, enough about me. What did you bring me here for?
Before Cass goes on to talk about herself, she just will sort of reach over and sort of just like lightly touch the back of Zarina's hand and just say like, "Sorry, I couldn't protect them." And then she'll be like, "So, changing subject." And then she'll untie the bandana, which also I chose a red gold color. Cass chose a red gold color for Loran. That was the subject she wanted. So she unties the bandana and reveals her 4 eyes.
Oh. Interesting. And she leans forward and she's this like glint in her eye, like of curiosity, but like the dangerous kind that you sometimes see in Loran's. What have we got here? Would you like to tell me how this happened?
So, contract getting, it was taking the contracts, even with Mage Hand, caused pain to whoever did it. So with my contract, I was like, it's got to be me that's getting it. No one else can suffer for me. Turns out that maybe that wasn't the best idea because I touched my contract and I lost all control, started trying to, I assume, summon Alan. These eyes opened. At the minute, I keep getting badly tempted to do terrible things, which is normally my go-to but in this moment is probably not the best.
Yes.
Oh, and I do hear a voice in my head as well.
Beautiful.
So, great.
That is interesting. And she kind of like approaches you and just says, "May I?" And she's her hands up.
Of course.
Okay. So she starts just kind of like feeling around the eyes, and inside you just kind of feel them twitch, but they don't open. And then she just kind of like, when she pulls her fingers away, that like at the tip of each, you just see these like silvery golden threads, and she starts just kind of like weaving them, like tying them almost like the bandana around your eyes. And she just kind of like pulls taut, and when they like constrict against your skin, and then they snap in like this kind of like dust of like sparkles and magic. And she takes a step back and she just says, "Okay. Now, I haven't seen anything like this before, but that should not be a surprise per se. Breaking into the Vault of Souls is a feat that I'm not sure anyone in history has ever been able to succeed. Do you want to hear this information alone?"
I think the group everyone is struggling at this moment. I'm not keeping. They will tell them all in time. I'm not keeping anything from them, but I think I think for today they just need to have a relaxing picnic and not have demon death things.
All right then. Well, like I said, this is not something that's ever really happened to my knowledge. I'm sure once or twice, but those people never crossed my path. You have come into contact with a part of yourself frozen in time. A corrupted, feral, and frankly evil part of yourself that's been left to fester in their hells under the watchful eye and cultivation of Alan for almost all of your magical life. And in coming into contact with it, holding it, and reading from it, it seems, from my findings just then, a brief glance, that part of your soul is attempting to fuse back. Hence, and she just points. I believe, now correct me if I'm wrong, but if I am wrong, we're going to have to make some bold decisions. You do not quite align with the views of your former self, the desire to follow Alan, get magic at any cost, etc., etc.
I would say no. I would say that I have changed, but I would be lying if I would say that the voice doesn't hold some sway. But I would say that our desires aren't aligned, but aren't necessarily completely divorced from each other, which I think is one of the biggest issues.
I see. Just enough crossover that you could once again be corrupted should that piece of soul get a hold on you. Interesting. I do believe, this is just my preliminary thought, I can do some research on this, that until the contract itself is destroyed, you're going to have to rely on your fortitude. Now, what part of your mind do you believe it was attacking? Your personality, your psyche, your intelligence? Where was the weak point?
I would say the psyche.
Well then, I'd advise finding a way, if one exists, to fortify against that. Leave yourself vulnerable for a few days, see if you can sense any patterns. And then once you're sure of when to expect the attacks, do what you can to defend against them. That could be magic, could be items, and could be just telling your friends and warning them that you might need to be restrained at certain points during the day. Or have the eyes covered.
Yeah, mirrors aren't they're a bad idea.
Yes. I think that's wise. Mirrors hold a lot of magic. Well, so long as you don't give in, we can still be friends. And I can still help you. And remember, I've stuck my neck out for you with Titania. And she does enjoy stepping on people. I would know.
That's kind of like, it's like, and then she's like, no, I would never betray any of you.
I know. But would she? And she just kind of like pokes the second set of eyes.
Pat looks very distressed and angry, but she's like, she would.
There's always a part of us that would. It's our duty and yours now to fight that as best you can.
It's like rolls up her sleeves and it's like, go. Let me at her.
All right. When you make any breakthroughs, if you discover anything, let me know. Keep me in the loop. Now, picnics, I believe, are in order. And she stands up. If there was nothing else, of course.
No. I think Cass like takes a moment and then like looks to Zarina and just says thank you.
Whatever for? I'm just telling you what you need
For
to
being
know.
amazing. As always.
She winks. And you guys make your way back to the main room with the others, and she brings the bottle with her. All right. So, you all assemble together. Bluey, have you made your offerings?
So I thought that lavender, perhaps dried, and also some dried mango together would be a nice, like, then the lavender could last a bit because, you know, it's not Brian's magic. Although he could probably, I don't know. Look, dried lavender will keep the smell and, you know, dried mango. Like, who doesn't love dried mango? Unless you don't.
Okay.
The two of those.
So, you make your offering, and I think you have it just kind of like bundled on like a little plate, just like wrapped, nicely presented. And Serena comes back, and she stops, and just kind of nods to everyone, and then looks at you, Bluey, and just says, "Oh, you're taking that to the lavender field."
This isn't for us to eat. It's just.
Oh, I know it's not an offering.
Yeah, for your
Yeah.
Does Bluey know that Sean, the name Sean, and also gender? Or...
Yeah, you would.
Okay. Yeah, your grandson. Yeah.
All right then. I am excited to see how this goes.
Right, insight checker.
You may.
As well.
26.
26. So
I do want an insight.
you're in the Feywild, presenting an offering in a wild and natural landscape.
So there might be fairies
wonder-
that might want to eat that.
There might be. Bluey might be suddenly learning a lot about the Fey rules of hospitality. It's up to you whether or not you decide to disclose this information.
I mean, we could
Serena
just
looks
leave-
pleased.
We didn't want to open the door in the lavender field, so we could just leave that here and do it tonight.
Serena sighs. We could.
I don't
That's
want any
sensible.
drama occurring around. He clutches tighter.
Serena's eyes flash as she looks at small Duran.
He's
Oh,
more
yeah.
compact this way. She also starts backing away, holding her hand. It's like, no.
And I will take you both, and she launches
No.
herself at you. Duran is squeaking. Bluey, what did you want to do?
What does Bluey get on a 14 insight on this? Yeah,
You can
the
tell
offering?
that Serena wants you to take the offering, and Ulster is cautioning you against it. Certainly. It's up to you. You know both of their dispositions fairly well.
Ah. She will.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Brian's got hands full with Duran. She's going to hand the plate to Zarina for her to decide what to do with it for now.
She looks at it and she says, "You made this for show on." And she goes and puts it by the door. All right then. This is where it's meant to go anyway.
Thank you.
Thank you,
She
Blue.
winks.
We have no idea. Okay. Yes. How is the rest of is since Bluey rolled a 9 in terms of
Mhm.
making new things? Has there either been an attempt to make some sort of nice mango-ish drink, or is there something pre-made that you know?
You guys have prepared this so far. You've done your attempts, and I'd say you've been fairly successful considering all the help that you've gotten.
Is everything seen kind of ready food-wise, and just checking that everyone
Everyone seems ready, except Slia is not yet with you. So speaking of Slia,
Yes.
are you making your way downstairs?
Yeah, she gets dressed and goes downstairs.
All right. So as you're preparing to leave in Blue, just as you have the thought, Slia is not yet here, you hear a creaking on the wooden staircase, and you turn, and she is there.
Hello.
Morning.
Oh, it is still
Morning!
morning. Yeah.
Loran says from the cage of Ulster's arms.
I should get a papoose for him.
I'm adorable.
Adorable and
You can carry
infinitely powerful.
Indeed. You could carry me on a tiny palanquin.
Thank you.
No? Okay.
Also,
yeah,
like,
actually, Bluey's like, do you want a
No,
palanquin?
no.
Okay.
I'm the panicking.
Okay.
That you are, and Loran just kind of leans back and settles in.
You could probably come up with some, like, woven vines.
I could, but then I wouldn't have this much flesh-to-flesh contact.
Oh, or you could, like your like moss that you grow around. You
Yes,
could
that is how we sleep.
Well, I mean, you could use it to just kind of wrap Loran close to you. That was really it. Like,
I could alleviate
Baby
it.
backpack.
as you mentioned, a sort of papoose type of thing.
Good point. He starts work on that.
Okay.
Like that was what she had meant before when she was talking about like the lattice of like vines and stuff.
All right.
He keeps his arms wrapped around him though. He just grows the moss over them.
Beautiful. So now you have a cocoon of Ulster and Loran with just Ulster's legs poking out the bottom and 2 heads at the top. It looks kind of eldritch, but it's something.
How long does that like Slia gestures for like, small. How long does that last?
I am, as you say, infinitely powerful, so to a certain extent, as long as I like.
Very good.
He is easier to protect like this.
As are you both.
Although we do make a slightly larger target. I didn't think this through.
Yeah, the only thing you'll be a target of is our love and affection.
Thank you, Bluey. That was nice.
Bluey, you amaze me every day. Truly, this is the kindest I've ever been to you, and I'm shocking even myself. But there's just something about your energy today, which is interesting and fun. I can tell how much you're putting into this.
I'm very excited for the picnic.
Me too. Alright. So, with all of you guys gathered together, you can make your way outside. And you see, outside, as the rain has stopped, Nikir is just wiping down the saddles that he left out, with Leander just kind of like rolled up his sleeves, helping him. You see, unfortunately, Bluey, Zarina's tapestry is just absolutely wrecked. And you have a moment of just like, but she just clicks her fingers and then just whoosh, the water is all siphoned off. It's mended back to normal entirely.
Oh.
And she smiles at you. I could do that from the very beginning. I just wanted to see you squirm. And you guys walk off together. Zarina does move over towards Leander and Nakia, and she hugs Nakia, and then holds Leander's arm, and as you guys walk around the paddock leading to the edge of the Dehane estate, she kind of like keeps an eye on you, and she looks between her husband, her ward, and then back to you all, and she just calls over, slight change of plan. I think I'll stay back, look after these two so they don't get themselves in a bind.
Okay, I think Boyd would want to leave kind of like 3 people's worth of sandwiches at the very least.
Okay, you can place those on the edge of the paddock easily enough. And Zarina gives you a thumb up and a flourishing wave, and those also levitate over towards her. And you guys can make your way towards the lavender field, if you wish. Now, as you know, Ulster, the lavender field is a fair distance away, especially laden with all of these like foodstuffs and baskets. Somewhat anticipating your picnicking endeavors. Nikir has prepared horses for each of you to ride on towards the picnic venue. Now there is an extra one because he was not anticipating small Loran, but there are 6 total which you guys can hop onto.
Sorry, this
Cass,
right? Or,
yeah.
Sorry.
Charles is coming. Loran is the 7th. So he doesn't need a horse because he's with Ulster.
If horse food. Oh, can I take this?
Fun. I like her skirt. Ooh, that's very nice. Anyway, so.
She said, "Thank you, Emma." She wears it every day.
It's lovely.
Have fun, Bert. Sorry.
That's right. I'll be asking where she got that later. But Cass, you see that there is a jet black shiny horse waiting for you.
Yes.
Neff, you have no idea how. You have not yet any idea why, but you know this is correct. As you see the feral visage of I'm sorry, was it the corporal? Was that his name?
Yeah.
The colonel. Just kind of like
My friend! Can I give the colonel a hug?
you can certainly try.
Around the,
roll
I'm
me
lower
a
down.
dexterity check. Roll me a dexterity saving throw.
Dexterity saving. Could I persuade you to maybe make it animal handling and give me advantage if I do well in the animal handling?
All right, I'll allow you to make a brief animal handling first to assess the best angle to approach the colonel.
Let's get my protractor out. It's not very good. 12.
Zwolf?
12.
With a 12? Yeah. With a 12,
With the 12.
I'm not going to make you give you advantage,
Okay.
but you have a moment to kind of like slightly mellow out the colonel before you arrive. Just like, whoa, friend, it's me. So.
I like that
Make
your
me a
Neff sounds like
dexterity saving
she's
throw.
selling like an infomercial product.
Hey, friends!
Have I got
Milk
the deal
menus
for you?
are here.
Okay, Dex saving throw is... Oh, I thought it was going to be a nat 20, but it's not. It's actually a 2 on the dice and a 4 in total.
Oh. Right in the chin. You kind of do a couple of cartwheels, but Sarza, being the marvelous man that he is, catches you in his arms before you can come to any major harm. You take 2 points of damage and
What?
have a smarting chin.
It's good to
Would
know
you like to
something
lose
never
a tooth?
change. Would I like to lose
Would that be
lose a tooth?
be
Can I?
distressing for Neff?
That would be distressing
pick
for
which
me
tooth.
as a player. I don't think Neff would probably be too affected by it.
Okay, which
You can
tooth would
stick
you
it
like?
back in.
I get to choose the tooth that I. Is that that's too much power for me, Emma?
Just for fun. Okay.
Maybe one of these
All right,
teeth. Kind of a little bit further down, you know.
Okay, you've lost one molar.
Well, I don't need to get that
Might be one
removed
of
now.
the worst to lose.
Say again, Brad.
Maybe you can get
Sarah's
a
are just
bone
kind of like.
graft.
You broke your bones, Neff, Loran says.
Neff will silently walk over to the colonel. Can
Where do you want your tooth?
I don't know where my tooth went.
Ulster picks it out of the dirt.
Oh. May I have that?
Or can I
Make
keep
it into tooth jewelry.
No, I can't keep it.
I would like
Make it into tooth jewelry.
tooth
He
jewelry.
looks out at Neff and then he holds it high in the air above Neff's head.
Neff will leave the campaign.
Sarah puts Neff down. And Neff leaves the campaign. No.
Nah,
That
he'll
was
give
a
it to
joke.
Sluya.
No.
I assume you can stick the tooth back in.
Clean it first.
Hopefully.
I've heard if you stick teeth back in, they will just reattach.
We'll give it a go.
At this point, Saraza looks
Shoves
at
it
you,
in.
Ulster, and just says, "We make fun of Neff for thinking that teeth are bones, so I choose to make fun of you for thinking that the tooth will grow back. Will reattach.
No, it
even."
won't grow back. If it fell
It'll
out at the
reattach.
root and you stick it back in within 2 hours, it will in fact reattach to the gum.
Looks to Slia.
Slea's in the process of
Also-
like pouring water over it, and then
I picked a
like
few children's
approaching
teeth
Neff.
out when I was little.
Neff is in tears.
What did you say?
Steph said, I kicked a few children's teeth out when I was little.
Oh
No
my-
wonder you had so many friends.
Cass, like, actually, I suppose Cass didn't like bullies, so Cass is kind of like, and also like,
It was an accident.
Uh-huh. Just like how burning down the throne room was also an accident.
Ulster leaves the campaign.
yeah. Oh,
He actually does look a bit upset by that.
Don't
Are
worry,
we
we
not
can
there yet?
cry together.
Let's see.
Our characters can mope.
Been long enough. You can't be rid of me. I'm mossed to your front.
Please don't make fun of patricide.
I'll make fun of other sides, like murder. You've killed many people. I have no idea. Homicide.
I'm distressed.
I don't like where this is going. Can we just put Neff's tooth back?
Slea's just like she's just waiting for Neff to approach so she can, because she's
Neff
not
is
getting
there.
anywhere near the Colonel.
Neff is there.
Okay. Okay. Neff comes to you, gums bared.
I don't know if she would be necessarily that forward immediately, but she would approach the hi.
This is possibly going to hurt.
That's okay. It hurt when it was removed too.
It very much looked like it.
Should I go?
You go ah,
She goes ah.
and then Neff and Slia. I just want you to make me one dexterity check, and then also Loran's gonna do something.
go Slia.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Also,
You
I'm
stick your teeth
100%
back in.
correct. You can stick teeth back in.
Oh my god!
Horrifying.
I know
Okay.
that. Actually, I know that in real life because my cousin's knocked his teeth out like 4 times and they just stick them back in.
Oh, okay.
You can put them in milk. You can put them in milk to preserve them. As long as the root fully comes out, you can just,
It's like a little Lego piece.
yeah.
Fucking
Because the gum
disgusting
will
We
really
need to
attach
what
stop.
that
We
is.
need to stop talking about this. We need to stop talking about this.
Mhm.
Well, to distract from that, the Neff going, should I say and my brain goes, just say what? And I'm just like, no, stop. I can't make jokes like that. Slia doesn't make jokes like that.
We've broken Emma. I
Emma
say
was the
we-
one who knocked Neff's
Lily
tooth out.
broke
though.
Emma.
I entirely blame him for
Lily
this,
broke Emma.
100%.
Loran broke Ulster.
Can I argue
Oh,
for a
yeah,
medicine
broken.
check
Yeah.
as opposed to a dexterity check?
Could I?
Broke himself on a bunch of icicles. Anyway, what did you say?
Can I pitch a medicine check for either advantage
Yes,
on the dex check
I'll allow
or
that. Medicine
I'm
check
doing a
will work.
medical
That
thing.
Makes a lot of sense. I like it. Go for it.
cool? It's a dirty 20.
Okay.
You
You, I'm
stick
not
that
going to
tooth
describe
in
this.
real good.
No! You do the thing you intended to do.
Thank you,
It's
Slia.
done. It's done, and Slia, kind of pats Neff on the back with a little bit of cure wounds.
Neff tears up a little bit.
I
I
think that is what
appreciate you.
seals the deal.
Yeah.
Your tooth is back in your mouth, and the Colonel seems satisfied by the bodily harm he has inflicted and calms down enough that you are able to get on him.
It was like a
Now, I hadn't
friendship
actually
ritual or
finished
something.
describing the different horses that Nikia had prepared for you. Blue, you get a blue roan horse, which is kind of like a white color with like speckled black pebbling spots on it. Slia, your horse is a kind of like golden color, very beautiful. I don't know horse names, but golden color. Ulster, of course, you get an albino unicorn. No.
Oh my god!
It's not actually a unicorn, it's just been, like, given a little unicorn horn. But, like, you appreciate the effort.
This is fantasy. It could be.
I want my unicorns.
Nikit, right, the Dahane estate does not own unicorns. Unicorns have, like, their own consciousness and
A
being.
unicorn wanders out of the forest and up to Ulster because he just loves animals so much.
Let me
Can I
just roll
roll?
to see if that happens. No, I roll to see if that happens. Wait, let me just do
Can
that.
I make a
Oh.
unicorn mating call?
Oh, that's
No, that's not what's going to happen here. And
That's a bit
8.
too Thomas.
What?
Nope, it's not happening, I'm afraid. But you remember it is possible to meet unicorns.
This is
So
slander.
Perhaps one day your dreams will come true. Anyway, you get on your horses. Loran's was an auburn, like a dark kind of red colour. But obviously, he will not be riding it. He'll be joining you on the fake unicorn. And you make your way out of the Dahane estate and into the forest proper. Actually, Sarazar will probably have a similar rust-coloured horse. So you have the full ray. And you guys head off. Now, what's this? As you're galloping along, Neff, Sarazar kind of like pulls up beside you and just says, "Hang back with me." for a
Okay.
moment." And the
How
others pull ahead, but a little bit of space is put between the two of you and them. You're gonna just
It's very nice music.
I've switched the music off because my internet's dying. Sad.
Hope your internet is okay. Everybody.
I'm not gonna say
Sorry.
anything.
don't jinx it.
Exactly.
So, Neff, as Sarazar pulls you aside, kind of looks at the group and waits until there's a decent amount of space between you all. And he just says, there's a side path. It's not completely out of the way, but it'll just give us a bit more privacy. And he begins to steer towards it. And you can still see him through the trees. It's just slightly elevated, and there's just like a line of trees and thickets between you. If you want to follow him, you can.
Yeah, I'll do so. Do the others see us divert from the group or no?
You are behind. If you wanted to call out to them and tell them what you were doing, you were able to do that.
Who is closest to me, aside from Sarazar?
Who is as the heaviest, Bluey? It's probably you. Or Celia, if you want to stay at the back, you can.
Leia was sticking kind of close to Sarazar, so...
Okay. Well, you get the impression that Sarazar wants to put a bit of space, but in doing so, you do also stay behind. So,
Neff would probably
Neff,
say
if
that.
you want to speak out to Celia, you can.
Sleia. In case anybody's wondering, Sarazar and I are just taking a side path.
have a nice time.
She nods. She looks grateful with her full set of teeth.
Leia just kind of like smiles at her and kind of like makes kind of like an obvious like exchanging like a glance with Sarazar, like
He just nods.
Neff diverts. So, Sarazar, what's this about?
Oh, I didn't do the thing that Loran was going to do. I'll do it later. Okay. Right. So, Neff, as Sarazar pulls you aside, you guys make your way up this side path, and he kind of slows until you're just beside each other, and he looks over at you and he just says, "Neff, oh, I'm playing D&D. Oh, you can say hello in person." As instead of always calling right when D&D starts.
They didn't break the trend. She's stuck
Hello.
with
No.
it.
It did, indeed.
It wouldn't be a DC session otherwise. The trees are quite nice here in this path. I mean, I guess they were the same on the other side, but there's different kinds of trees here now as well.
So, hang on. So, Neff, when you say that, Sarah's just kind of nods a bit absently. Yes. Neff, I didn't bring you here to have a conversation. Well, not this kind of conversation anyway.
She nods in acknowledgement.
This
but
might
doesn't
be a
say
bit.
anything.
This might be a bit out of line, and you can tell me if it is. But I noticed you aren't yourself.
I'm
You
not?
aren't. Well, you're not using your abilities to their full extent. You used to persevere in everything, I think. But recently, you've kind of just been letting things happen to you without fighting back.
What do you mean?
Back in the vault. Look, I don't mean to be rude, but I just felt you could have done more. I'm not disappointed in you or anything. I just feel like the Neff I knew before you got a little shorter, would have stopped at nothing to heal her friends. Would have used everything in her arsenal. So why were you holding back? Or am I mistaken?
Okay, let me think for a moment as a player. I think Neff wouldn't say anything for a little bit, for a moment, for a few moments. She would just kind of let that sit with her. I'm not sure. I'm sorry. I guess it was just a lot in the moment. But you're probably right, Sarazer. She wouldn't be making eye contact with him either at this point. She's sort of looking ahead or looking a little bit further, just sort of down in front of her.
Look at me then.
She'd look over.
What does Sarenza see? What kind of emotions?
She's probably teared up a bit, I think. Whether it's from the tooth or from this conversation, it's hard to say.
He pulls a bit closer and just puts a hand on your shoulder. I didn't mean... I didn't mean to hurt you, but of course... This would, wouldn't it?
I understand where it's coming from. I always feel like I'm a bit of a burden.
No, it's not that. Neff, my brother died.
I know.
You're not a burden. You're a healer. So I would like you to do that to your best ability, and if there is something holding you back from doing that, I want you to tell me so we can work together and help you.
She silently nods, but doesn't respond.
You think yourself a burden? Even now? After everything?
I think she doesn't respond.
If he were to insight check you?
You can insight check her.
If he were to get a 24?
Oh, we'd see right through her. I think she, I think she wears her emotions on her sleeve a little bit. She does feel that way, I think. But at the same time, she feels maybe bad admitting that, I guess, to Sarazer especially. Especially after what Sarazer is going through at the moment, so it's a conflicting sort of emotion.
Neff, without being my own flesh and blood, you are as close to a daughter as I'll ever have.
Oh.
You are no burden, not to me. And I feel that way about each and every person in this group. Now, no more of this. Work with Sleer.
I'll do better, Sarazer.
Just do your best. And work, like I said, work with Sleer. I know your magics cannot be compared. But I think she could also use a friend now. And you two could help each other. And better each other. I've already spoken to her today, so you're not the only one getting a little lecture.
I appreciate your insight, Sarazer.
Yeah, I'm old.
No, you're just wise.
Nah. Mel. Maybe. And he kicks his horse into motion and carries on. And you guys rejoin the path eventually. And to the others, it's almost as if you were never left. Ulster, as you ride the horse with Loran pressed against your chest, feeling disheartened from the conversation previously,
Bullying.
you just
He
see
did
Loran
start
looking up
it,
at
but
you. I started something that I started something that quickly got out of hand.
did you?
Oh no, you did, but I contributed to it.
I told them how to stick the teeth back in.
You gave them some really good advice. I don't think you were ever a bully. I don't think you're capable of that.
No.
Not intentionally.
No, I never bullied anyone. I was forced to participate in activities and I didn't enjoy. And some people lost their teeth.
Now, from now on, only activities you do enjoy. Like this, and he gives you a little kiss.
Ulster laughs because Rand's face is so small. He squishes it.
Ah,
Oh my God.
Indeed. And I'm sorry about... I was trying to bring a little bit of light to it, to what happened, but I know that's not... Maybe we're not there yet.
I don't want to joke about that. I appreciate what you were trying to do, though. I just, I don't want to joke about anyone. He was going to say anyone dying, and then he was like, let's just not joke about it.
Loran kind of senses where that was going, and he just says, I should have thought of that.
That's
I think
okay.
I kind of needed it. in the moment.
Sorry.
If we laugh about it, it's not so serious, right? That's kind of what I feel. But that's my own feelings overtaking yours.
I think that's
I just don't
okay
want
for
people
some
to
things.
treat me differently because I've died. Once already.
I think there are some things you can't laugh at. Please don't. Please don't laugh about it. I don't think I ever could.
Alright then.
Just stay right here. He grows more moth around Loran.
Loran shuffles up and just puts his chin on your shoulder and says, "This is very warm, but like I said, I run hot. Like a what's a hot-blooded creature?" I couldn't even think of one. I was gonna say like a lizard. That doesn't make sense. They're cold-blooded, right?
You could say like a shark, because technically great white
Like a
sharks have
shark.
blood.
Bears his sharpened teeth. And you guys continue onwards towards the lavender field. And we'll take a break here. I'm going to go and have some breakfast, but I can hear people outside, so I'm gonna just have to navigate.
Play your
I don't
music
know what I'm
really
gonna.
loudly.
Yeah. All right. Break time. We'll see you
Break
back
time.
here very
Break
soon.
Comments
Wait.
here? No. Listen on air. Are we? I can't check. Hello. Breaks are. Hello.
Like every time I turn
Yeah,
like my
believe it.
cam off, I'm just like getting into like I
And
have
we're
like
back.
just a big jar of nuts.
Oh yes. You're like a squirrel, Aelin. You're like a squirrel or a chipmunk.
I'm just gonna pass over that one. Let's play the game.
Made a meme just for it, so I'm just gonna dig it out for y'all.
No words needed.
I want to see it, please.
We were watching a TV show today, and there was a scene in a men's locker room. My dad said, "Look, Lily, it's your own personal hell," and I was like, "I would rather die."
What?
I'm not explaining that one again.
Okay.
I understand.
They look smelly.
Oh no.
This house smells like Axe body spray, and it makes me want to throw up.
Ew, this sent us
It's
straight
so
then.
I got a jar of nuts. Okay, so. God, it's huge! Wait, put that against your head. That's a head-sized
wow.
nut
That's a
jar.
decent
Say,
size.
how big my hands are compared to jar of nuts.
Jar of nuts. I got a jar of nuts. Alright, so you guys, we will pick up again. As you leave the wooded area, you make your way towards the now empty of chairs and wedding decorations paddock. Now, you can see from here the field seems to go on forever and ever. But as you ride, Sarazar pulls ahead and like brings you all to a halt and just says, "Don't go too far; you'll fall off the edge. It's a trick of the eye."
What's on the edge?
A very, very, very high cliff.
Good to know.
He kicks his horse on.
You guys can dismount your horses and begin to set up your picnic in the very center of the field. You can hear the sort of like babbling of the stream, the chirping of fairies, and occasional birds. And it is a peaceful pause amidst the chaos. Now, there are sandwiches, there's tea, there's fruits, there's snacks, there's coleslaw. But you notice Sarazar picks up first a roll of bread, one of the loaves you made yourselves, Bluey, Neff. And he pulls it in half and pulls out the softer inside and just throws it into his mouth and then goes, "Bleh."
Oh no.
Oh.
Oh. Is it not?
Salt. It's all salt.
Okay. Can Bluey give one a go? As if like a poison taster kind of thing? Like, just.
Sure. Roll by roll, no matter how many you check. Unfortunately, the bread that you made seems to have a salt content far exceeding that which is consumable for humans.
Less salt?
What about dwarves?
Do you want to take a piece? You take a piece,
Yeah.
you bite into it, make a constitution saving throw.
What dice? I'm gonna go for this one. Okay.
Ulster
Constitution
stops
still
Tiny
not
Loran
bad.
from even touching the roll.
18.
18. Okay. It's salty, but you can eat it. It's edible.
You're weak. Cass says that she just continues eating her bread.
Alright.
That is not an invitation for other people to try.
At least someone
Loran
loves
is
it.
just like. I think
Ulster's
I'll-
completely encased Loran in moss.
Ulster, I would like some bodily autonomy for about 3 seconds.
Why?
I want to reach out and get some food.
What food? Not the rolls. You don't want to fight Cass.
I don't want to fight
Great.
Cass. I want to prove her incorrect.
No.
Have some.
No.
Ulster hisses at Cass as she reaches out.
Loran,
I will give you
That's a
autonomy
treat,
once the
puts
bread rolls are
bread
gone.
back in. Don't worry, I'm working on it.
Loran looks at you with like ooh eyes.
Ulster will grow an apple, a little baby apple, and put it in Loran's mouth.
Oh.
There you go.
All right then, this shall suffice for now.
Once the bread rolls are gone, you can get out.
Just how much bread is there?
It's like
what is Cass
6
committed
rolls,
to?
6 or
What is Cass
7.
committed to
Not
here?
that many. 6 or 7 rolls.
Just Cassie, all of them.
Does Cassie
She's
all
like-
of them?
she's like-
You're
I think
poisoned.
I think she might stealthily try and hide one for Loran.
You have to get past
No,
Ulster's
and Cass
passive
is like-
insight and
Cass
perception.
knows that this is like a futile effort, but she's like, I'll try it, it will be funny. And Brian will see it and probably burn it, and then I'll have one less roll that I have to eat.
He was
Stunning.
planning on burning them, so
You take the roll, Ulster, you inevitably see it. How do you react?
he laser focuses it on Cass, and he extends his arm, and the arm just extends a bit further than it probably should. He realizes he's using moss, grabs the roll, and takes it away from Cass.
Moss
No.
hand.
It like on the surface is like, how dare you, but inside is like, thank God, take it away.
Ulster burns the roll, lets it disintegrate.
Cassie, Brian will see a little bit of
I'm
relief
sorry,
in Cass's
Blue.
eyes as it burns.
And because the bread is salty, it will flare out different colours.
Loran makes a flame in his hand and mimics the colours of the flame. This is fun.
Ulster will release Loran from the moss once all the bread rolls are gone.
He was going to burn his way out of it, but
You were gonna burn the moss?
you think moss would set alight? It would just retract away from me.
Why would you burn my moss?
I wish to be able to pick up food and put it in my mouth.
I've just set you
Excuse me.
free.
Thank you. I was
You're
intending to
dangerous
do this.
yourself sometimes, though.
I know.
Please don't eat poisonous bread.
What,
I can make this promise. And Loran reaches over and eats a sandwich. And that is all. And you guys can dig in and have a nice picnic. If you have anything you want to ask each other, talk about, this is the time.
Merrymaking.
Merrymaking.
Does Loran, Blue wants to know if Loran seems particularly delighted by the fried chicken. sandwich.
Bluey,
Um,
make me an insight check.
come on, that's a 6. Oh,
Bluey. It's hard to say.
and she'll ask everyone generally, like, how are you finding the food? I mean, I know most of us were helping make it in the end.
I'm finding it with my eyes. That's a Nephiline. I am enjoying it. Thank you, Bluey. You've outdone yourself. Who was that?
It was
Ooh.
delicious, Cass says as she is sort of crying, and I think I'm going to do a deception check.
It's a bit shriveled up in the mouth,
If you are
like a
crying,
snail.
okay,
yeah,
go
like,
on.
I'm crying, but it could be happy tears.
I understand. Go on.
Oh, it's a natural one.
Natural one.
Oh, okay.
Bluey,
Can't
she
hide
is
it.
crying
Really
with
delicious.
joy. She's crying with joy. It's so good. You've never felt so moved in your
No,
entire
that
life.
was a deception
Natural
check.
one.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
Oh, yeah, yeah,
But
yeah.
she failed.
So,
so I failed.
Alright.
She hates this
It's-
day. She
it's
hates
the
you
worst I've-
personally.
It's,
And
it's the worst I've ever lied.
Every good thing you've ever done for her up until this point, erased.
No.
Okay, Bluey is
Holy moly.
Emma, no!
Ever
yes!
erased.
Yes.
the most recent, I guess, bad thing that Bluey's done is put too much salt in the bread. So she's going to try and rectify that at least, thinking that, by offering some of the tea to balance
So
out
you're
the
going to try and
saltiness.
pull the salt out of the bread?
Or like sugar the bread as like a sort of compensation.
You can balance it out.
I can fix this.
No, I'd like tea for alleviating the saltiness. Sorry, I know it's a bit much. I mean, you didn't have to go through them, but thank you. Yeah, Boo will hand over.
To prove a point to nobody.
What other food would we prepare for the picnic?
Okay, so yeah, the sandwiches, coleslaw, I put down hot chip and then in brackets and lye, eat hot chip and lye. But that's just a meme. And then, yeah, some sort of mango flavored tea. And I believe some dried mango. Yes.
I think
And of course,
also will have
bread.
eaten lovely bread. I think also would have eaten a few pieces of the dried mango, but he's probably just looking around the area, and he might have just skirted a little bit away from the picnic group. And then after maybe the third piece of mango, he's going to stand up and say, "I'm just going to do a little walk of the perimeter, just make sure everything's
Before
okay."
you could get to that point, as the moment you started moving away from him, Lorana had said, like, where are you going?
We'll go for a walk.
Nope.
You'll be able to see me the entire time.
Bring me with you.
Okay. Would you like to be carried?
Yes, please.
Steph scoops him up and starts doing a walk around the perimeter. Can I roll a
Alright.
perception check?
You may, yes.
What is that? It's hard to read these dice. That's a 14 plus 10, so 24.
24. Okay. With a 24, you can see the area is fairly unchanged compared to where you were first here. The only difference being that there is no wedding venue, no archways, no decorations, no guests, no roll me.
Well,
You
we just
see-
poked behind a tree. I see you.
To one side, you have the you cannot see it from your viewpoint, but the cliffs which lead off to the ocean, which would eventually, lead to the southern continent of the Feywild. You see behind you from the direction you came a heavy wood with a stream breaking through the center of it and sort of just like dividing the meadow in two. Beyond that, you can hear the sounds of life, fairies, birds, water babbling, as I said before. Using a bit of your own knowledge, you know that there's only one pathway to this specific spot in the Feywild if you were coming by non-magical means. But that pathway does diverge, and one side goes towards the Dehane estate, while the other moves towards the other farmsteads and the small hamlets that occupy this province of the Feywild.
Also just gives intermittent thumbs up back to the group as he does his little circle. Everything seems to be in order.
It does. But you are my hermit shell. You must not unsheath me.
You unsheathed yourself and threatened to burn my moss.
Oh. I thought, is Mum... Could I get a cup of tea? To that point. No?
Was
My
that
dad-
a yes or a no?
My dad just asked, did Matthew bring you a cup of tea? I said no, and he called him a plonker. So obviously Matt
Who
said
is
that he brought me one.
The little liar!
What an idiot!
Disrespect.
I know. What a little twit.
Plum cup.
Anyway, to which Loran would have said, you misunderstand. I was only going to use the heat of my flame to have the moss retract from me so I could reach out and grab a sandwich.
You could have asked me to just do that
I was thinking outside of the box.
by hurting my moss. You just wanted to burn something. There's a ghost in the room.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, a goblet of water. Look at that.
Thank you.
Oh.
Oh,
Cheers.
No.
no.
Keep calm and chill out. That's Ulster's cup.
Yeah, I'm gonna just
You did not keep calm and chill out, Emma.
Oh no.
After all the electronic devices today.
We need to take a 5.
Dad. I spilled some of the tea.
Daddy. I'll spill the tea.
I'm sorry. I don't think it got on the bike thing.
Oopsie.
He is really pleased to have me
Welcome
back.
home, Emma.
I empathize with your plight. I have done exactly the same many, many times over, to the point of destroying my keyboard.
We were about to
I
have a
don't
really
think I've ever done that.
we were about to have a moment with Loran as well, so he's been given a stay of execution. Oh well.
Not for long.
Well, I'm sure I can make this work in the time before Dad comes back. So, also, as you say that, thank you. Thank you, Dad.
Ignored.
um, also, as you say that, Loran kind of goes a bit quiet and just hums. Mm-hmm.
Do you want
Doesn't
to
say
talk
anything.
about it?
No, I just seem to be disappointing everyone today. So
You never disappoint me. I'm just glad you're here.
thank you for saying that.
But you really haven't disappointed anyone. He kind of looks back towards the group.
Right then. Well, just you then.
You haven't disappointed me.
I
You're right there, Patrick.
Lily says, are you okay?
What is happening today?
Oh no.
She's not even looking. He's like, I don't care.
He's just like, I don't care. Literally my parents would do though. I'm finally looking.
I'm moderately concerned.
Are you okay, Emma?
No? Okay, that's good to know.
Oh. Oh.
Emma.
You guys all are very sympathetic, and I'm just like, this is so funny.
Stop laughing.
I can't help it. It's entertaining. Oh, my cheeks hurt.
That tea has had an adventure.
Drink water.
Let's get this nice peaceful music in the background while Emma almost dies.
What was happening?
Welcome back.
Loran was saying he disappointed everyone and
Oh, yeah.
didn't elaborate why.
Oh yeah.
And then Emma did.
And never died.
Cool. How are we all doing?
Good.
Do you want to take a
My
2-minute
cheeks
break
hurt
once your
from
dad's there?
laughing.
Oh, he's gone.
That went well. So, no, but anyway, I'll tell you all about some stories from yesterday later, which will explain
Okay.
why my parents are stressed this morning. But so, Loran would explain why he mentioned that, and he just says, I'm rude and I'm insensitive. And I made a joke about your father. I made you upset by talking about burning your moss. You can't seem to do anything right.
Loran. I hardly think you can be held accountable for hurting my feelings today. It was a very small. I heard the whistling too. It's
Very
like a
small.
choo-choo train. I'll just ignore it. I'm sorry. Can you hear that whistling, Emma?
Sounds like a.
What was I saying? It was.
Okay, so here's what I think we should do. I
Brian,
think we should put a pin in No, do you guys still want to play?
Yeah, it's only
Okay.
9.
Yeah.
Okay.
Brian was
Okay.
saying that, Loran should hardly be held accountable for, like, how,
Yes.
yeah.
How he's acting. It's really not a big it's not a big deal, and I understand. So please don't hurt yourself over. Okay.
Loran. So close to my door.
It's alright. We're fine. It's the wind.
It just stopped and started again.
It's a kettle inside the Dehane household.
It's alright. It's a very small sound.
Okay. Loran just nods and then says, well, I'm sorry. Anyway. And I'm going to be a bit annoying the next few days, so just please put up with me.
Well, I'm kind of promised to put up with you for a very long time. And he leans down and gives him a kiss on the forehead.
Yes, it was my plan all along. And once you're done assessing the perimeter, you make your way back to the picnic. And everyone at the picnic, inexplicably, you see in the corner of the paddock just a train appears. And occasionally it goes choo-choo. And that's what that noise is. So. Right, so is there anything else anybody wants to discuss amongst the PCs with Sarasa, with Loran, before we wrap up our picnic?
I'm
Great,
not
you
sure.
sit in
Bluey-
absolute silence, and then
There is one thing I want to do, but I'll let Bluey go first.
Oh, okay. Well, Bluey's thinking about like the stick incident, but like if people who are insightful are probably I might pick up like just like a sudden kind of like staring off into the distance and like a bit of like uh, uh, like that. I don't think
What
I don't.
stick incident? I'm confused.
Okay, so trying to
I
get
know the
the
beat. Yeah, right.
yes,
Yeah. I'm with you. I
yes.
was confused, but now I'm not.
Mm.
I'm back.
I just because like Bluey doesn't know how to rectify that. I don't like it's a weird. Yeah, or that it needs to. I don't know. That's
We can play trust games.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think Cass would be like, "Let's play a game."
Loran looks at you when you suggest that all stare and just shakes his head like, you do not. That's not something you would do well in.
I could be the one doing the catching, and everyone else, except Loran, because you cannot do the falling. Everyone else can do the falling.
Why can I not do the falling?
Because I don't want you to trip and hurt yourself.
I want to fall.
Seb puts his hands on his hips and looks somewhat intimidating. No.
Why are you telling me no? I'll just go and do it with someone else. I'll do it with Saracen.
That's a very long fall.
Loran's currently very short.
I can make.
She's doing this.
I don't want to make. I don't want to do this, but I can make myself not short.
So can I. Saraza, could you pick me up?
Saracen says I'm not getting involved in this.
Saraza, I thought you were on my side.
Cass tries to pick up Brian.
Thank you,
Make me a
Cass.
strength check.
He only weighs 105 pounds.
Come on! Woo! 18!
You are hoisted off the ground
Ha.
in a somewhat precarious grip, but at least it's solid.
It's 18. That is precarious. Cass is like a trunk.
Okay. Loran sits on the magic carpet and levitates.
Yeah, but
Cass
there's nothing
levitates.
underneath you, so it doesn't count.
Ah, they keep on going.
No,
Um,
no, it's too high.
But
Cass
Loran
stops
just says,
levitating.
Loran mind messages you all stare and just says, do you remember what I was saying earlier about people not want... What were you saying? I just said gum in the side. Soz.
That was better.
It's not better.
What does that mean?
I don't know. I haven't slept, so this might be why. But
You're doing great.
Loran
Sadie.
mind messages you and says, do you remember when I said I didn't want people treating me differently?
Also just sits on the ground and pulls his knees up to his chest and hugs them. I don't want to play trust games anymore.
Loran sits on the carpet and hovers 30 feet above the air. In the air.
Also, it looks like he's genuinely having a very quiet breakdown. Can you please come down?
You come here.
I can't.
You can.
Cass
I'm
levitates
not.
Brian up.
Well, that's... I wasn't... Okay, Cass.
But she doesn't join. She, for once, she like looks above the carpet and then you just see her sink down.
Deposits. All stare. Loran looks at you. All stare. I'm about to return to my full height.
Okay.
Loran is big Loran again.
I can't carry you properly now.
This can carry us both. And Loran lies down on the carpet. And do not deny me this, please.
Also, just shuffles over. But underneath them, he starts conjuring moss just in case they fall.
Beautiful moss carpet. Everything is great. Everyone down below, the brand people are being weird again, but you guys have nice food, and you're in the Feywild, so.
They're being weird again, Mum.
Let's play a game. I don't know what.
You hear a very
game.
small
Let's play
no
one.
from the carpet.
What kind of game do you want to play? Sarasa says.
There are many games we could play. Thing is though, I was like, I've literally Googled picnic games and it's come up with like croquet, but I felt like we'd have to come up with like a D&D version of croquet that wasn't Alice in Wonderland.
Okay. Croquet. I've never played that before. I have genuinely no idea how that would work.
Okay.
Says Emma through Sarasa.
Yeah. It also isn't a game that I think Cass would have come across. Maybe Cass just brings out alcohol and is like, drinking game.
Drinking 2 truths, 1 lie.
I like this game.
Okay. Well,
So
Loran
says
We
Yeah.
hear from
slowly lowers the carpet so it's a 5-foot hover above the ground.
This
All
is
right.
much better.
Okay, you will take a
Sarasa,
glass.
you go first.
Okay. My name is Sarasa. I'm 6'3". I speak primordial.
Lie. Is that how you play?
Are you calling me a liar?
Yes. In fact,
I
I'm
am a
quite
liar.
confident. Yeah.
Take a sip.
Drink, Sarasa.
He drinks. He will make a constitution saving throw. Oh, yeah. I'm assuming this is Nevin. Unless it's not.
Always.
Always. He's plus 10 to con. That was a 12. So, he looks a little bit wobbly. But then... Oh, we should roll initiative for this. So, Sarasa goes first. Everyone after this point, please roll. L'initiative. 12.
Right.
Hey.
Hey. Oh, guys.
Ooh.
10.
Guys, this was not a good...
Sleer, what did you roll?
Same as Cass, and I think Cass has a better modifier.
Cass, what did you roll?
I have a +1.
Cass, what did
Oh,
you roll?
I have a +1.
What did you roll?
We both rolled Oh, you rolled
No,
4?
4. Just 4.
I rolled. Wait.
Did we roll
I rolled-
exactly the same?
Yeah, I rolled 4 plus 1.
Okay,
Right, we
maybe we roll.
roll off.
10.
17.
Hey.
Matchy.
And Nefel Karadaman Yizur.
That is close enough to me. I rolled a 10.
A 10. Oh, what up? And Loran. I'll just roll from. Oh, we rolled a 15. Okay. So. Loran says, alright, I think it's my go. I am the sexiest Taosheri alive. I am the most beautiful person in the Feywild. And there's an addendum to that other than my husband. And I am gifted at almost everything that I do.
Okay, and where's the lie?
Hang on a second, let me... I just got lost in talking about myself. Alright, let me change this. I am the most beautiful Taosheri in all the world. I am the most beautiful man in the Feywild. Pause. Stop. Point. I am incredibly gifted beyond imagine.
I don't think you quite understand this game.
I do, because the second time I got it, because I said pause after I am the most beautiful man in the Feywild, and I didn't.
Oh, it's a lie, you don't
Include.
pause.
I do now. Loran is quiet. Ulster, it's your go.
Oh, I have kicked out 12 teeth in my lifetime. I once survived for 2 years on nothing but fish and seals. I like people.
Lie.
It was 14 teeth. No.
Yeah.
Which one was the lie?
You don't like people. You like us. We are exceptions to the rule.
I am not a person.
Oh, okay. So we are people. What?
This is getting very convoluted. I'm gonna drink, and Loran just drinks for the fun of it.
No, it's my turn to drink.
Well, did Loran get it wrong?
You'll never know. Also takes a drink.
I think at that point, everyone just does have to take a drink.
Yeah.
Stunning.
I guess we'll never know.
Oh my goodness.
Slayer takes the whole shot for that one.
Nefel Karadaman Yazar.
That's me.
It's you.
Oh, I have to.
You okay?
Okay. So, I can cast Thaumaturgy, I can cast Mending, and I can cast Guidance.
Can I insight check?
Sure.
12.
Oh, he has an idea.
Can I Deception against the Insight?
You may, yes.
And reroll that one. Okay. It's a what? Okay, that's really, really bad. That ends up being a 4. It's 2 in the dice. I rolled a 1 and then a 2.
Which one did Neff seem to fall on?
Well, what's the guess? Would anybody like to put their guesses in?
Read that again. So it was mending, thaumaturgy, mending, and guidance. Is that the order?
Yeah. And then I'll tell Brian which one I'm lying about.
I like I've heard you use all 3 of them and it's messing me up.
Okay, fun fact, I have used all 3 of those throughout the campaign.
Ah, okay.
I knew it! I knew you'd use all 3 of them.
Yeah, I was-
Slia knows the answer to this, as do I. So.
And I
Also,
said
we'll just know which one Neff faltered on, if any, I think. by beating.
You'd probably see her grin be a bit more mischievous on when she mentioned thaumaturgy at the beginning.
Yep, because it's a tiefling thing.
Oh,
That is the one
that's
Cass would have
dark.
gone for, because I know you've used guidance recently.
That's really dark, Neff.
Sarah's a bonks you on the back of the head.
Oh, I thought it was clever.
It is, but
is
also
clever.
I'm sad.
Oh, don't be sad.
Sad to
Okay,
say.
well, I'm suddenly not sad anymore. Thank you.
See?
Oh my God.
She takes a drink anyway.
Okay.
Hmm.
You'll take your drink.
I'll take my drink.
Next in the order is Slia.
Can end up all passing out in this field and just sleeping.
Yep. I did make you do a Constitution saving throw. Do a con save, please. Neff.
Me?
What? I didn't do one either.
Please do con saves. Sorry, yeah, I forgot. We were all
Neither
just
did
being very
Slia
weird.
for her bad joke.
Oh, you're okay.
That is
We okay?
5.
14?
You're okay. 5. You feeling a bit wavy, Neff.
Ugh.
Feeling a bit wavy.
Wavy.
I would like to offer Bluey a high five for our efforts in preparing food earlier as well at this point in time.
Ah,
As
you
I
randomly high five Bluey.
as I munch into the salty bread.
Was Blue
this is really
was Blue
good.
prepared for this, or did you just hit Bluey in the face?
I think I would have gone
That's
like.
Bluey.
I don't think she would have just straight up just gone as like surprise whack.
You'd be surprised what drunk people would do.
I don't think she's drunk yet, but she's definitely getting a bit more loose.
Look, I mean, if alcohol's affecting anything, it's a depressant. It slows you down. So, Neff probably having a big wind up, if anything.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'd say
okay.
so. You've seen punches thrown at you before.
She high fives like an elderly, careful aunt trying to smack a fly on the wall. Bizarrely, that's a
Who's
weird
next?
analogy.
Neff, it's you. Oh no, it's Sleer. It's you.
Yeah.
Okay. My name means starlight. I can speak with devils, but not demons. And for his birthday, I gave Ender a hand-carved flute that I had made.
The second one is a lie.
I agree. I think the second.
Yeah, I agree.
Is the second one the other way around?
Yeah.
Yes.
Got you.
Didn't even need to use my third eye, Sleer. I know you.
Freaks, Leah!
Sleia takes the whole shot.
That's bold. She's aiming
Yeah.
at the plate.
Get the joke tonight.
Even if she wanted to, it's a 19.
Surprisingly fortitude.
Doesn't even bulk.
Doesn't even blink. Cass, it will be your go.
Yeah. It will be. So okay. I once started a brawl in a tavern with the leader of the town, which I did not realise, and I am now forever banned from the entire town. I once got so drunk that I fell off a bridge into a troll camp, but we became friends after I convinced them not to eat me. And I once stabbed a man in the butt because I wanted his shoes.
You're supposed to lie, Cass.
Yeah.
These all sound.
I don't
pretty
think
good.
any of us can play this game properly.
Feel like I
I'm sorry.
remember-
Anna, can you
okay.
repeat that, please?
I'm wondering if the shoe thing happened and if one of us was in fact there for it, because I feel like I remember that. But I don't. It's
You're
also
gonna insight
so
check,
outrageous.
Cass. Anyway,
Go for it.
Yeah.
Can I also
If you're
insight?
able to. Yep.
12 again.
12.
13.
18.
Bluey.
18.
That's very good, Bluey.
Okay.
Getting
Bluey
better
would notice that there's something a bit funny about the brawl. Maybe she didn't start a brawl with the leader, but maybe she did hook up with the leader's child, all of consenting legal age, but then got banned from the town because she was
Great.
a bad influence.
I see. Okay. Bluey, from a simple glance, you get that information.
Drew remembers that particular
Cass
story.
has got a smirk, little blush. She's reminiscing.
I don't think I want to know.
The shoe thing happened?
Quite probably. I think it probably did. But I can't remember if it... Quite possibly. That might be where I got it from.
Right. I think the point is to have something that you can say, you can know for sure is a lie. Just like I did.
No, that was Georgia.
Oh, right, okay.
In
Oh,
game,
okay, right.
that definitely happened
Ah.
to Cass. Georgia, me, was saying, was that an actual in-game thing? I can't fully remember. Cass has definitely stabbed
Okay.
a man in the arse so that he would fall and she could get his shoes.
Oh my
All
god.
men should be stabbed in the butt.
Rude. Hey,
Works
Just
for multiple
Thomas today,
levels
I'm just
ever as well.
I'm protecting my butt right now. You will
Don't
not
worry,
get to
guys,
it.
we're not coming for you.
I have no butt to stab.
Bottom one.
I'm a pretzel stick of a man.
Anyway, Bluey,
Mm.
it is your go, and Cass. I think everyone else should drink because that
I
was
think
one.
Bluey doesn't. but I
Bluey
think
doesn't.
Everyone else.
Okay, everyone else, you take a shot. Make me con saves, please.
But because Bluey got it right, I also need to do a
3.
con save, yeah?
Yeah,
Wait.
3. All stare.
Let me just double check that's not less.
There
Hold
are
on.
2 Lorans in front of you.
Actually, it's a natural one.
There are 2 Lorans in front of
Yeah.
you right now.
Double the trouble. I realize I forgot to roll con saves for not guessing right because I've not in real life played 2 truths and a lie.
That's okay. That's okay. We can do this.
She's a luck point, but no.
But
Okay, so
if we wanted an in-game explanation,
okay, can I go around? So, Cass, what did you roll?
17.
Okay, you're all right. And Neff,
15?
15. Okay. Slia,
14.
14. Just made it. Ja. Natural 1.
I accidentally added. I got 3, and then I remembered you can't add anything to a natural one.
All stare. You blink and you nod. Oh. And you just see Loran just split into, as if he's cast that magic that he used on you before to make many, many all stares. And there are 2 Lorans just in front of you. Just leaning.
Also tries to grab both of them.
It looks, from your vision, it looks like you grabbed both of them. But it also
Ah.
looks like you have 4 arms.
I don't feel well.
Close your eyes. You'll feel better.
Also
Right
falls
away.
right onto his face.
I think Allstar will sit out the next round unless he changes his mind. Bluey?
God, me as a person, I'm so bad at thinking of truths about myself, and I'm trying to think of truths about Bluey. And
I have
can
these
ask-
scales.
Okay,
Cat
I have
did,
a
which is
tail.
make up complete stories
Hmm.
and just pick which one's truth and which one's a lie.
I'm not great at that either. Bluey is okay, hang on. How many? Okay, I have 6 darts in my possession.
Mm-hmm.
7 darts in my possession.
One of those is definitely the lie.
Sorry.
That's funny. I like that.
Let me clarify. The first statement is I have 7 darts in my possession.
You hesitated on it though, so it makes me think that's a lie, but go on.
Well, okay, so either one's true and one's a lie, or they're both a lie, and
You're
you
doing
don't
really
know
well.
what the case is. Anyway, so that was the first statement. The second statement is I am Draconic is my first language.
Mm-hmm. You're doing really well. I believe in you.
Okay.
Everything that you're putting out on the table.
And
Go on. You got this.
We believe in you, Bluey.
oh my god, you see, I had an original plan, and as soon as I said a certain thing, and I'm like, oh no, never mind. I forgot. Jesus Christ. Okay, third statement. I can apparently damage a fence with just a stick
Oh, wow. I don't believe that for 1 second. That's a lie. Nobody could ever whack a stick with a fence and make a dent in it. I've never seen it. Not possible.
What does everyone else think?
I think you have less darts.
I also think you have less darts.
I think Draconic might not be your first language.
Oh. We have a bunch of them.
Or stab garbles against the picnic blanket.
Trying to.
Don't know what I said.
Saraza says, I agree with Sleer. I think.
Okay. Bluey will point, first of all, to Cass and Neff at the same time and be like,
Oh.
and then he'll like gesture to, sorry, she'll gesture to Brian and she'll go, I don't know what you said if you were trying to guess.
Oh.
It points in the vague direction of Bluey and then just.
Oh.
Okay, but thank you. I guess if it's not a participation thing, you don't have to drink. And then she looks to Sleer and Saraza and goes, common is my first. And she'll look to Loran and be like, would you believe I could break a fence with a stick if later I showed you the fence with the stick? In fact, it is the fence I'm talking about is on this plane, and I accidentally broke it this morning.
Bluey. If I could see that, I think I'd seen everything.
I demand to see the darts. Bring out the darts.
Bring forth the darts.
So I think she used the silver darts in the fight with Sai, but she did buy back 3 more regular darts. So she has 6 regular darts and then the 1 magical cool whistling dart. Yeah.
Gotcha. Alright, you bring those out.
Cass lines up bottles and goes, the darts.
Go on, Bluey.
Wait, did everyone play the 2 truths 1 lie? That you were the last
Everyone
one,
did
Bluey?
it.
Yeah, cool.
Can those of you who got it wrong please make me them saving throws?
Saving through time.
You don't know what
Is
was
that
doing.
a 1 or a 7?
5.
It is a 7.
A 7, a 5. You guys both fail. And your vision blurs and you have become drunk.
Hit these bottles with your dart.
I think before Cass says that, I think Bluey's gonna sip some alcohol. Just
you take a sip. Con save.
Yeah. A save, right?
Yes.
That's a 22.
Oh, you're fine.
Oh, look at you.
And she'll look at Cass as she's like, try those darts. She'll go, yeah, all right. Maybe everyone.
Wait. Throw them at me, at the bottle on my head, and Cass just runs out and has puts a bottle on top of her head. Goes, do it.
I've already hit people with the dart.
Starts getting up like.
Cass is gonna roll persuasion on Bluey.
I don't know about this.
That is the. Apart from a natural 1, that is the lowest I can get, but that is still an 18.
What? That's crazy.
It goes from 1 to 18.
So broken.
Emma, what
but
sort of power?
It really doesn't want to
Wait, if.
What sort of power of will can Bluey show?
So persuasion between PCs doesn't work the same way as it does between NPCs. So you can still make your own decisions. It's just you can acknowledge Cass is being very charismatic at the moment.
She's swaying seductively with the bottle, do it.
Maybe to Bluey, she's looking more like drunk, swaying. Like,
Oh yeah. Oh no. To Bluey, it's like, what is this? But Cass is like, yes.
okay,
This is the
Um,
best idea I've ever
Sarah
had.
like kind of would see the kind of distress that Bluey is in and just approach and just be like, do you need assistance?
yes. Bottles well away from the people, and then I can try this for Cass.
Sarah will go up and just kind of pluck the bottle away from Cass and just
Cass looks sad.
someone has to be the villain. I suppose it will be me. And goes
Cass,
over.
like, Sarah's I mean, I suppose on like, what height does Cass come to on Sarah's?
On his juicy thigh.
His juicy
On his
thigh,
juicy
yeah.
thigh. Cass touches the cake and goes, "You're never the villain."
Sarah immediately jumps away. Like, that's my private cake.
Oh,
It's the group's cake, Sarah's.
That sounds unhygienic. Sarah just kind of squints and like slowly moves away. Okay.
What is it with Cass and touching Dehane cake without permission?
It's absolutely feral. Absolutely feral. So, Bluey, would you like to roll me? How many bottles would you have? I don't know if you'd have that many bottles, but you have a lot of darts. So you can have 3 bottles, and you can try 2 attempts on each one, if you wish,
okay.
with 1 to spare. So roll me 2d20s for the first one, and just whichever is the higher.
One was a 4 on the dice, and the other was an 18.
18.
I'm guessing I'm gonna. Do I add my attack plus?
Yep, you do.
Like
Range
my...
attack. Please do.
Yeah. So that's a 30.
30! Bluey. The first one sails over top. The next one shatters the bottle in one go. Roll me again. 2 more.
You did it, Bluey!
Everybody claps.
Yeah.
Just like in a fake Tumblr story.
Hey, there's alcohol at the dart throwing, just like old times.
Aww. That's sad. But also...
Well, okay. Natural 1, but the other is a 19.
Okay, the natural one. Everybody make me a dexterity saving throw as Bluey accidentally releases the dart on the pullback.
No.
I would like to say, if it hits Loran, Ulster will take it.
4.
Yeah.
5.
19.
11.
11. Saraza. Will roll.
Am I gonna get hit by it again? This will be hilarious.
5. You might be, yes. It's going to go to the lowest. So unless Loran gets a natural 1. Let me roll him. He's a plus... I only has a plus 2.
What did you get?
He got a 21. Thomas.
Me-
Bluey, will
me?
you roll some damage?
Yeah,
Yes.
real
No.
stricken by a dart.
What did you roll on your dex
4.
check?
And I do want to say, no matter what happens, Ulster will have a reaction to this happening after.
Okay.
Oh. Where is my D4? Look, what if I say I've lost all my D4s and I just can't do... No, okay, hold on. Not again, honestly. Oh my... It's 9! It's 9!
9.
It's 9.
That's like
Nah.
could kill a low player.
Neff.
Mm-hmm.
My dad once told me a story, actual real life dad, about how he once played darts with his friends in school, and they had those desks where you lift up the lids, and it's got like a wooden panel, and then there's an inside. And what they do is they'd throw darts from the front of the room and lift up the lids of the desks to hide from the darts. Now, one time, my dad wasn't quite quick enough, and the dart, bonk, right there. And they pulled it out. Now, Bluey, what you do is you throw the dart, Neff, you duck, and you feel like, oh, nothing, I'm fine. And then you just see a little trickle of warmth and a sort of like smart, like burning pain comes to the top of your head. You look up, everyone else is just a dart like this, the top of Neff's head.
I have a question as a medical question. Would it
Go.
bleed if it hasn't been pulled out yet?
Good question. No. There is no blood. It's a drip of sweat because you're sweating.
Dodged it.
Dodged. Saraza is immediately like, no, and just goes over. Sleer, please.
I didn't dodge
Okay,
it
on the
either.
count of 3. 1, 2. Sarah, you got this?
Yep.
And on 3,
Yeah.
she's got cure wounds. Oh, fuck. Hang on. It was 9, you said?
Yep.
Yeah, she can actually do the full heal with a first level now, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
As you're preoccupied with Neff getting her heal and Sarah's pulling
you.
out the dart, what you don't see until a little after is at the site of the projectile coming their way, Loran immediately pulls on the edge of the carpet and just kind of like flies back as far as the carpet can go until he's hidden amongst the trees. And Ulster, drunken as you are, you still see Loran have this kind of like feral sort of reaction, and there's just like a line of sparks left, almost like the cloud lines left by an airplane.
So
And-
the round's like just gone.
yeah, he's just like, you can see like this like kind of like fire crackling around his temples, and he's just kind of like fingers like kind of tearing through the edge of the carpet, just pulled back
How far away did Laura go?
60 feet or so.
So could I see him?
You're on the carpet with him.
Oh, I'm there. Okay. I think also just sits up at that point, and even though he's drunk, even though there are 2 Larads, he just reaches out for both of them. I want to go home.
Lauren pulls around the carpet. The rest of you watch them go. And Saraza just reaches out for you, Bluey, and just says, not your fault.
It was mine. I'm sorry. I'm really
It was
sorry.
your fault. We will have words later.
Wait. When Bluey broke the fence with a stick before, what she was initially thinking when she realized that happened was, I didn't realize what I was doing. What if... Well, yeah, Nakir was there. He got hurt. I don't want to unintentionally hurt people. Sorry.
Oh, Bluey.
Saraza's just by your side. As you're sitting there, I think Sleer, you would be the one to notice this. You hear the sounds of someone approaching. And from behind, you just see, at the very edge of the field, a doorway with a figure moving on from it. And they stop, and they look over the 4 of you who remain. No, 5 of you who remain. And they frown and they just say, I brought artichoke dip this time. Am I too late?
Sleeve just kind of shrugs and just looks completely lost for words.
We could beat them back to the house if you come through my doorway. As Sorelaras turns. Artichoke dip still in hand.
Slade kind of like looks at the broken glass and then just follows.
Like Cass would start clearing up the glass.
Sarah's stays behind to help.
Well, that doesn't seem good for a drunk person to.
Sarah just puts a hand on your shoulder, Bluey, and just says, "Go ahead." Nephew too.
Yeah, you sure you don't need any extra help?
We'll bring the horses back. Someone has to.
Okay.
Wait. Leah, can you de-drunk me?
Slade turns back and kind of just like lightly grazes Cass's shoulder. And yeah, de-drunks her.
You are de-drunked. 3 of you travel back with Sorella Rass. We'll get to that in a second. Cass, with Sarazor alone in the field, just kind of like repacking everything. He turns to you and he just says, "I've been harsh with you before. And to the extent of cruelty. And I never got a chance to properly apologize for that. I think that's important for me to say now. And to remind you of now. Because things like this, not your fault. Not something that is within our control. Just because your coping mechanism is different to Ulster and the Rans, it doesn't mean it's wrong.
I think Cass would be really, really quiet at that and just be like, I appreciate what you're saying, but I'm not sure that's right. We all went through a lot, but this was for Brian and Duran, and I got drunk and took it too far, and I should have thought about them.
You should have. I mean, you should have. That's true. We don't know how we're going to react until sometimes it's a little too late. You didn't know this was going to happen, but you've seen it now. And you can control it in future. And I can help you. Because you haven't intentionally upset anyone, you haven't intentionally hurt anyone. You've just made a mistake. And the worst outcome of all this would be if you started hating yourself because of it. Because I've been there. We all have. When Neff died and I blamed you, immediately I knew it felt wrong, but I took far longer to apologize than I should have. And I hurt you. So learn from this, and we can go back, check in on them, and find new ways to help them out, I think.
I think at mention of Neff, I think Cass would start crying because I feel like she's never really resolved this with Sarazar, and I think this is weighed on her since it happened. And I think she'll just say, I just seem to be making a lot of mistakes. I thought I'd grown out of that and obviously thinking about like the ultimate mistake, eyes. And I think she's just sort of like, I just seem to keep letting everyone down.
Sarah's nods and just says to you, everyone's felt that way. Once in a while. Us especially. I just don't want you to beat yourself up. Take the time you need, but rely on us. And he pulls out the carving that you made for him. And we never did get to play out that scene where you explained to him what it meant to you, unfortunately, because of the Wi-Fi issues. So I'm going to just say, I'm going to make a call and say, you gave this to me, and I have a feeling I know what it means, but I think you need to remind yourself. He will pull your hand into his, and you'll place the carving in it, and he'll just fold your hand over it, and he just says, "This means a lot to me. Everything that went into it, it is precious. I think you might need it, though. Just something to hold on to. Because all the feelings that exist in here, I want you to show yourself. Forgive yourself a little bit, maybe."
Cass like takes it and like looks at it and is like, I just don't know if I can.
Promise to try. So long as you have this, promise to try.
I'll do my best.
That's all I can ask. That, and also please help me with the horses. I'm a bit out of practice. Right.
I feel like Cass would bring out some rope from the bag and sort of create like a massive.
Sarza doesn't comment on the fact that it's silk rope and leads the horses.
And I feel like Cass
along.
would take a little bit of that rope and like loop it around the thing, and whereas carving is a necklace.
That's cute. Perfect. The other three, when you go inside Sorellaras's mansion, but of course, they are a gracious host, and they always have an array for you today. The theme of the day seems to be tropical fruits. They have a pineapple platter with a sweet sugar dip. They have unseeded watermelon. Then they have a fresh salad with mint dressing and wild hazelnuts. And the fire is a-going. They put down the artichoke dip, and they take a moment, allowing you all to sit down, and then go back to the door. Two of you all stare. Loran, if there's nothing you want to say to each other on the way over, when you arrive back at the Dehane estate, you see another door. One you weren't expecting to see, maybe. And just standing in the front, in the entryway of it, and Sorelaras. And they just wave.
Ulster is still drunk, so he sees like 5 Sorellarases and he's like attaches to the two around. No.
No?
Too many Sorellarases.
Alright, I'm going to just, Loran is going to pat you on the cheek and try to restore your drunkenness.
De-drunkify.
De-drunkify. I wonder if we can do this. Oh! I was wondering why he only has up to level 2 spells. This is his level 4 character sheet.
Do wizards get less restoration?
No. He fails at his attempt. Come on!
Doesn't help.
Kisses you.
Ulster gets too many kisses. He's like, oh, there's so many people.
Celia should be inside, I assume.
I just want to go back to sleep. It was nicer asleep.
That's a trap. It's a trap.
promise you'll let me sleep early tonight, though.
That's not
Even
within
just
my
the
power to keep it from you.
Okay, you'll have to tell me which way to go. I don't know where Swelleras is.
Loran guides you towards the door, and Solaras just looks and says, "First time I've seen him like this." And Loran just ignores him and goes inside. Slayer?
Does Loren call for Slia, or okay? She kind of comes away from the fire and
Oh, there's 7 Sleers. That's not so bad, I guess.
Loran puts his hands on either side of Ulster's head, and you can see just his fingers almost have like broken into like extra what's the word, these sections. Portions, yeah.
Slia just kind of puts her hands out for Brian to touch them.
He's got an extra distal phalange.
Ulster?
Okay. He puts his hands in midair. It's like he's reaching for no one.
Loran lets him down.
Slia casts Lesser Restoration.
Oh, thank goodness. Hello, Swelleras.
Solaras just says, "Hello.
Your mansion smells like artichokes.
There's artichoke dip available if you would like some."
I think I would, yes.
Mm-hmm. Take a seat. Loran helps you to a seat. And brings you a plate of the salad, artichoke dip, crackers. This atmosphere is cutting. I don't really know what happened back there. I arrived a bit late to the party. I had intended to join in the festivities, but then everyone went a little feral and looked down at Loran's like extra distal phalanges.
Ulster takes his hands and just starts patting them.
Yeah, he's got like gold almost like right down to his knuckles. Feral, but regardless of your own personal grievances, I did say I would be back once my errands were finished, and they are. So here I am. I believe we have matters to discuss in terms of contracts. And I am also curious to hear what you will be doing henceforth, so that I can plan my schedule accordingly, and hopefully meet you for this final confrontation, wherever it might happen, hopefully in fair ways.
You really want us to be thinking about that?
Yes. Do you not want to be?
Do you not comprehend what just happened?
I do. Also, I've lost a lot of people, and each one, it hurts. Unfortunately, I have divorced myself from that particular emotion so that I can continue on.
It's not an option for us.
It is not for most mortals. You do not have the time to achieve it. And it's not a criticism. It's actually a blessing, I think. What can I provide for you, then? What can I do?
I don't want to run into death again so soon after what happened.
I see. What about the rest of you? What do you want? From your silence, I would guess nothing. If that's the case, then I'll take my contract, and I will leave.
Can you not give us a couple of days?
Come back tomorrow?
Or the next day?
Why do I have the feeling you'd like it if I never came back?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that even the poorest hospitals leave time for people to cover us.
I'm aware. I'm also aware that my doorway heralds death and fighting and a little bit of destruction.
As do most of the quests that are currently circling us.
I feel like Bluey would make a very poor joke, or you know, we could be accidentally hurting, you know, without even being on a quest. And she'll feel bad. I'm just saying that, like, oh god.
Trying to
Right.
ask us the customer service smile.
All right then. If you are going to take your time, I can make you some suggestions. Particularly to you, Slayer. Convene with your goddesses.
I have.
They wait for you. They wait for you.
Before Feyway's Elderlith. I need the book.
Well then. Once you have that, I'm sure they will reveal more to you. When we go to Feyway's, whenever that might be, I will come with you. See if I can convince Cassiel to destroy those contracts. She's weak. She might still be able to do this.
Is what you're saying that we don't have much time?
Unfortunately, people have been playing with the planes, carving holes into them. She only has so much fabric to weave, especially when the largest of those holes awaits beyond her, just out of reach.
Is there anything we can do to buy her more time?
Get the book, the journal. Go to Melas, and then go to her. Once you do those things, well, whichever deity, demon, lord, or otherwise wants your souls the most will await you, I think. It depends who succeeds in their own cosmic fight, because they are all in opposition, even if they're working together. My bet's on Lan, but I reckon Tiamat could still show her face.
Faces.
You are correct. Faces. Try to block those out. I only ever really dealt with the one.
Not important.
Not that I would revisit that part of my past anyway. Anyway, I do not really know much more than what I've already told you. All I can do is, with the knowledge that I have, the connections I have, as you unlock those doorways, research and pursue them to their extremities on your behalf.
Thank you.
I think you will have your own reasons for wanting this done. Those are yours. Whether it's love or freedom, answers, a return to normalcy for your homelands. I think one or more of those apply to each of you. Pursuing this will inevitably bring those things about.
Can Slia do a sneaky sending?
You may. Make me a sleight of hand check.
Okay. And since she's doing this intentionally sneaky, can she have a cheeky little guidance on there?
Your goddesses watch over you.
Okay. Yes they do. 18 plus 4
Ooh!
max guidance. 22.
22. What do you send?
So she kind of like casts, like wraps her cloak around herself a little bit tighter and just sends Cyrillaras a message saying, "Can we speak in private later?"
Cyrillaras takes a goblet off the table. And just as they're taking their drink, they just say, "Yes." Through your sending. And they stand. As usual, this place is at your disposal. I will be in my quarters. He heads upstairs.
There's no need for all of us to stay, right?
Loren's already standing up. I don't think so.
You go back to the mansion.
We
Your
will.
mansion.
Before you go, do we have any plans? I'm not
Savor this
asking you
time.
to shorten your rest. Just
Savor this time. Just do it. And when you guys have a plan, you can come find us. Amicable?
I will know when you're ready.
I'm always ready.
Sleep visibly looks like she doubts this.
Ulster?
And signal you. I just wanna rest with our child. If that's okay. Just for a bit.
Just let us know. Whatever you
Yeah.
need.
And I think Ulster's gonna wild shape at that point. And he'll kind of curl around the ran and start walking out with him.
The ran will escort you. Sleer.
I have a very important out of character question.
Spilled
What
water
does...
on my tongue.
I know.
No. Anyway, go on.
What does Ulster wild shape into?
He'll wild shape into some kind of feline, probably with the stats of a... No, it's not bloody ferret. With the stats of a tiger, I'd say. Sorry, I got out of character there. It's not a ferret, it's a tigress thing.
I think that was Lily. Okay.
Sorry.
Sleer,
It was a joke.
Sleer, you head up to Soras. Soras. Do you know I got that name from a Game of Thrones, like, theory video where they were talking about like different Game of Thrones characters and what they could be. One of the theories was if you invert this character's name, it means blank, and therefore they could be related to blank. And the inverted name was Sorelleras, and I was like, oh, that's kind of cute. So,
Before going up, she kind of like looks around to the rest of the group, see if they need anything.
all three of them sit silently.
Like, oh. Bluey's not feeling good, but she doesn't want for people to approach her. She might just try and seek some alone time.
Okay.
Yeah, she'll be avoiding Sleer's gaze. Yes. Sorry. Oh, my poor child. What have I done to her? Oh.
The three of you sit together with Saraza, eyeing the dips. Sleer, you make your way upstairs, following Sorelleras. Lily, I need to... Lily, there's too many. Okay, cool. So, you follow Sorelleras, Sleer, and you make your way to the double doors, which you remember their void room being in, for lack of a better word. When you go inside, you are met by...
She knocks first.
You knock, the door opens, and you are met by the copper dragon-skinned form of Sorelleras. And they curl up, and they just have their head kind of like pulled back, almost a mimicry of that like very, very tall, straight posture that they use usually. And without really moving their lips, but you being able to hear it, they say, Why have you pulled me aside?
Easier to ask certain things. Specifically about Cassiel. Do you know the ritual that she cast before? The one that has her in this current state?
Only one is aware of that ritual. They are known as the Ash Bearer.
And that's why it's in the book. That's why I need that, then. Okay.
It's not all you need.
What else do I need?
You need to pass into Cassiel's realm. You cannot do that by simply flying to Feyways. There's only one way in, and I think you know where the entrance is.
Would you spell it out for me?
What's in Melas?
A rift.
Cassiel's realm was vulnerable. Of course, the dragon would want to guard that. Only things went a little askew, didn't they? Zoltan von Biro lives in a way.
A dread
In a
domain.
way. A dread domain. Fallen down there in hopes of guarding her. You need the book from Eldralith. The doorway in Melas. And then Cassiel. If there's any more, it will be in the minds of your goddesses or in that journal. So be sure to scour it thoroughly.
I will. Thank you. I'm sorry for what feels like a waste of time.
What do you mean?
Surely you have more pressing things to attend to than just idle fancies while we recover.
I have no people. I have no bonds. Those which I did hold, well, have been recently broken. For better and worse. We are moving to a point where mortal connections with countries and kingdoms will not get me as far as I need to. You were the goal. I've achieved that. I have found those who will enact this for me, and who also want it done themselves. Therefore, I am fairly confident that you will not give up in this quest, and I do not have to put down any monetary payment to do so. This works out for both of us.
Yes.
I apologize, that's not so romantic or noble.
We never sought it to be.
And that's why we work well together. That's why you didn't work well with Sobek, I believe. He was too emotional, too vested. You could have found salvation and freedom through his methods, but they would not have brought you to me. Might have even put us against each other.
The Tome almost did that anyway.
Of all the beacons of resurgence, They were truly just a catalyst. They have their uses if you need them. But most of those which are known are locked away with him. Those which aren't are in less than capable hands. It's best, I think, if we leave them apart and let another adventuring group, another day, another year, and another time fix that one particular problem. The Tome of Absolution, though, that might actually be something not to forget about. Especially not for you.
At one point I thought to return it.
You know, even now knowing what that society is like, because I may not have been there myself, but I know it. I do believe they were earnest. They would not have used it. Would have not done to it what Elijah has.
You seem.
I have eyes. I have faces.
But do you know what he's done?
Spell it out for me.
No, the question was genuine. He uses it, but I don't understand how.
I don't know the tome well enough. It would have to be given to him by a drow freely, for him to be able to use it. Your friend Jarrell might.
Oh.
Your friend Jarrell might have been able to take that away. Not anymore.
I was just wondering if perhaps an invitation could be rescinded. Might slow him down a little bit.
If he's not already gleaned what he needs to from it, it could.
Just a little bit more time before the door is open.
Sleia, I think it's opening. I think that's what the rifts are. I think they're weaknesses that Elijah is already exploiting. I think Carol was exploiting them too. We have to believe that if there is a back door to Cassiel's domain, then it has been found. But one thing that cannot be done, not without help, by anyone, is entering Melas without a guide, or at least knowledge of the area. You have that, don't you?
We do.
Front doors are grand. Make an entrance. Put you right where you want to be. Go through the back door, you have to work your way through the house bit before you get to the foyer. Or at least, that's how I designed the mansion. You're going to meet him somewhere. And then I wonder who else you will meet.
We've lived in
Evelyn.
this world.
Evelyn.
In this world
Go on.
for quite some time.
I have.
Did you ever meet another ash bearer?
There is only one.
Thank you for your time.
Do you know why it's an ash?
No.
Synonymous with destruction. Tiamat's flame, yes, but if you hold it under the moonlight, does it not resemble stars? Perhaps there's poetry in that somewhere.
For not being very romantically inclined, you have a poetic mind.
Just repeating something I heard. There's hope for you yet, Slian soon. Share what you know with your friends. When they're ready for it. Your path is clear.
Also, there's hope. The kind of like stoic facade that she'd been putting on kind of cracks and falters, and she starts tearing up. And kind of turns away a little bit.
Wonder if I'll cry again one day. Until then.
She kind of like just nods without turning around and leaves.
As you leave, you find Neff and Bluey and Cass again. You look through the doorway where all stare, and Loran disappeared through. And you think forward to the next 2 days of rest you have. Before it all begins anew. And before we finish, there is one more thing to do. Okay, there's 2 more things to do. Go on.
In that time, could I have it for sustenance and nutrition? Could I have devoured like at least 2.5 tubs of dip?
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
It was you come downstairs and Neff is in a dip coma, belly just bulging on the floor like a bag of crisps just strewn to the side.
They just kind of like nods and like she doesn't really make eye contact with anybody and just kind of like walks out.
Before we finish, there is one last thing to do. Now, let me just check something. before. All stare. You open the door to... You open the door to the mansion. And Lorraine takes the first step through and turns back and holds out a hand.
Orster's in a beast form, so he head. If Laran wants him to turn back, he can say so.
Lorraine would probably say, I want to hold your hand.
Orster waits till he's inside the mansion and then he'll transform back.
One hand still on the door, about to close it. Ulster, you reach out your hand. And as you're reaching for Lorraine, you hear a voice in your head.
Uh-oh.
A low timbre that you recognize to be that belonging to your father.
Uh-huh.
And you just hear him say in your mind, Ulster, it's time.
Jesus Christ!
You're level 16. How long did you think you'd get? Anyway.
It is time for the trials.
Emma, you sneaky batch.
You look lovely, by the way. I like your orange. It's good.
Oh boy.
So,
You
everyone.
sneaky monkey.
Are we all level 16? Did I dip myself to level 16?
We're all level 16.
We're already 16.
Oh, we are, yeah, true. I got excited for a moment.
You guys are all level 16 already, which means there's only one level left for level 17. You have...
I have a question, Emma.
Yes.
Could I be level 17 because I had all the dip? Please.
No.
Pretty please.
You're a level 17 dip master. That's a special class I just invented.
Dip
You
master.
can control dip. You can create and conjure dip. You can summon greater dip.
Summon greater dip. Those are all good spells. I will use them in our next battle.
You must.
Power word dip.
Power word dip. Similaras is your patron.
Summon the guac.
So, everyone, I think you're aware of this, but with the King's Trials bringing you to level 17 and the rest of your path laid out, we are moving towards the end game.
No, we're not. No, it's going to take another 20 years to get through these.
It's going to probably take another year, but we're going to fight through it.
Another year, Emma. That's such a horrible underestimation. I think you need to times that by at least 17.
I need to remember that one picnic took about the same amount of time today as it would in real time. So
It's going to take 17 years to get to the end. I'm going to put my bet down now. Anyone else got a bet? I'm saying 17.
I think that's
I'll
about
say
accurate.
4 more years. That's a genuine attempt. Alright,
You
guys.
think 17 wasn't a genuine attempt?
We'll still be playing, I think, 17 years from now, in some capacity.
Yeah.
Alright. Friends, Romans, countrymen, the 3 genders. Let us all... Let us finish there for today. Thank you. Thank you again to Sirenscape, and we will be back same time next week for more.
Thank you.
Goodbye, friends.
Thank you.
We